KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
All right, off we go on a Saturday morning. Great to have you with us on a Cowboys game day. An NFL 10 games on the slate today in the preseason. We've got you for the next 5 hours. Will Chambers here alongside the fan phenom Eric Caceres, the khackiest of the khaki Kevin Walker, and the jettiest of the Jets back in the Pim Cup. How we doing today, boys?
Let's go. Hey, it feels good to hear 10 games of NFL football on the slate. It doesn't get much better than that. We are, 2 weeks away now?
Inching ever so much closer. 3.
3, okay.
Yeah.
And then this is the last Saturday.
I feel like the last month of the season always... So first of all, the NFL offseason flies by for me, at least. But then once you get to those last...
The NFL offseason flies by?
For me. But then once you get towards that last month, when it hits August and you're trying to lead up to that September 10th, September 9th game, it feels like an eternity.
Okay. Now it doesn't fly by for me, but now this is when I agree. That's the same way I am. It feels like we're at a crawl to the regular season. It's like, come on. That's like last week. Really, for the last two, I'm just like, man, now that we're here, we know how much further it is away because the anticipation of wanting it. Jet, I know where you were going.
This is the last Saturday before college football gets going.
That's right, baby.
That's right.
That is right. Fan University will be occupying this time slot coming up next Saturday, the Season 2 premiere with Kevin alongside Jacob Ray and Brennan Baxter. We're excited about that. We're going to be talking SMU today. For sure. SMU and doing a little ACC preview at the end of this hour. Lisa Simakopoulos covers SMU for the Dallas Morning News. Will join us an hour from now. I am personally right now just like on pins and needles just with my stomach. I had one of those days yesterday.
What'd you
ever
do?
have it like we're just I didn't feel sick, but you're like my stomach was just rejecting everything.
Maybe Parasite?
I don't know. I think what I did was I started taking a supplement like a week ago, and then I brought in another supplement, and I think that was it.
Didn't mix well, huh?
It did not.
Yeah.
It was about 3 hours of just violent vomiting.
Was this at the beginning of the day or the end of the day?
Middle of the day.
Okay, so right in the middle.
Middle of the day, late morning into the early afternoon, and then your boy had to call it for the rest of the day. And all I'm doing is thinking like, all right, is this going to carry over into tomorrow? But we're back. We're feeling good now.
Come on, Will.
And nothing makes you feel better than having a Cowboys game day and coming off a Rangers win. How about that matchup? All right, for all... this is one without Fred Davis where I know Fred appreciated the game last night because I certainly did. That was some old school, just a pitching duel between the Angels and the Rangers and then late game heroics. Angels get a run in the top of the 10th and then the Rangers answer it back. You got Nimmo scoring from, Langford scoring after doubling to right, scoring Evan Carter, and the Rangers get the win 2-1. And you need to win these games. I mean, it's cliche to say, but you've got the Angels, and you're trying to, chase down Houston, and Houston's got Oakland. Well, not Oakland. They have the A's. Are we calling them Oakland?
So Jacob Ray and I were talking about this last week. Because he kept calling them Oakland, but just for now they're Sacramento. Just Sacramento A's.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I was thinking about that as I was writing it down.
I'm stadium,
I mean, I know they're in Sacramento, be that as it may. You've got 7 teams within 3 games of the wild card hunt in the American League. The Rangers right now a game back at Houston. And the wild card, they're in with a game lead on the Twins and the Guardians. They're a half a game up on Toronto, 2 games up on the Orioles, and then 2.5 up on Detroit and 3 on Seattle. So the wild card race in the American League is, as the kids would call it, lit.
The AL West, too.
Really.
The run differential has been historically bad. You got the Astros, Rangers, and Mariners all tied at a negative 46 run differential. The Angels at minus 70, and then the See, I even called them Oakland.
I know.
Sacramento A's down there at negative 185. So,
which is not good.
No, not good at all.
Not good at all.
And yesterday was a fun one to watch. I was at B-Dubs with my parents. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. That's like our go-to spot.
Yeah, it's a family spot.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I mean, I have some love for Wingstop because I know there's a lot of people that like Wingstop. But I
love me some Wingstop.
My family's always been a B-Dub type of family. So we were there last night. We were watching the game, and when you see the score, right, you think it's a no-hit type of game, right? Nobody's hitting, but I mean the Rangers had 11 hits yesterday.
Yeah.
So they were getting production, and it comes down to that era too with Zeke Duran getting us on and winning us the game. But I think my biggest takeaway from yesterday was Mackenzie Gore.
Absolutely.
I mean I was a little disappointed with how that trade went down this offseason, but I mean 6 innings, 7 strikeouts, you got to be happy with that production.
3 base runners.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that production overall.
Yeah, no doubt. 6 innings pitched, only a couple of hits, 1 walk, and Eric, as you mentioned, 7 strikeouts. So Mackenzie Gore was terrific. They, I do love me some B-dubs. What can I say?
What's your go-to sauce?
Oh, I'm a spicy garlic guy, but I'll go with teriyaki. Although teriyaki is more of a dessert wing. That's how I look at it. I'll probably go heavier on the spicy garlic with some blue cheese, and then sprinkle in a few teriyaki just to really finish things off.
I like garlic parmesan. I think
garlic parm's good.
Yeah, garlic.
I'm down with it.
Yeah, I had when I was at A&M and I was at the nutrition center, we'd have wing night every Tuesday, and you could pick a variety of different sauces. Honey barbecue obviously is the most popular one. Buffalo's pretty popular. I never was a fan of buffalo that much though.
Yeah, I still get down on
But
buffalo.
garlic parmesan, my buddy Victor, shout out to him. He put me on it, and ever since I tried it, it's been a game changer.
It's just banger.
It's
banger after banger.
Banger. Shout out to B-Dubs.
All right, you mentioned, I think that the run differential it's so interesting in the American League because you've got, right now, the Tampa Bay Rays have the best record by 3 games in the American League. And yet they have the 4th highest run differential. They don't even have, they're at plus 43. The Yankees and the Red Sox are at 96 and 97 respectively behind them. You've got Detroit, who's in 4th place, who has 15 wins separates Tampa and Detroit. With Detroit being at 61 and 67, they're at plus 79, while the Rays are at plus 43. This is just a weird year, especially in the American League.
Now, what about how about on the opposite side? How much better is the run differential compared to the AL?
It's nuts.
It has to be so much different.
4 out of the 5 teams in each the National League East and Central all have a plus run differential, and 3 of the 5 teams in the West do. There's only 4 teams in the entire National League that have a negative run differential. The entire American League West, that equals it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's bringing
Actually,
it down.
it's less. It's less the American League West.
So what's the Braves? Do they have the best?
No, it's Milwaukee.
Okay, the Brewers.
Plus 160. They are just...
Yeah, they're rolling.
Yeah, another win last night. They are so good.
Good. They might be the only team that can save baseball, Will Chambers.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. These Northsiders, watch out. Just watch out. These fighting PCAs. Pre-game coverage tonight. Cowboys and Cardinals. It all begins right here on your home of America's team at 6 o'clock. I don't have an update. I will effort that throughout the 5-hour program today, whether or not Brian Broaddus will be attending things. How about Krusty's Corner yesterday live from the ER? Hope he's feeling better. That is the most, I'm listening to that on G-Bag going, this is the most Broaddus thing ever. He can't stay away. He can't. He cannot do it. He has information. He wants to talk ball. He's going to do it on a morphine drip. God love him. That dude does not know how to not work.
We gotta give him a hard time if he comes on today.
No, if there's anybody in the world that would do it, it would definitely be
Broaddus.
Biggest thing that you're looking at tonight for the matchup.
I want to see more Camden Brown. I mean, that's the obvious one. I just seeing the way he was able to not only run his routes last week, the route tree that he expanded, but just really, I think just because no one saw it coming. This is a guy that's coming from Auburn, and but he scored 14 touchdowns in college, so last season. So I feel like even though he maybe showed glimpses of it in camp, it's who would have expected him to have a one-handed, insane
here's
at the back of the end zone from Joe Milton. First of all, we talk about that catch. The throw might have been even better.
Well, okay. Couple things on that. In 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. It is open. And appreciate you too, 682. I want to know your thoughts on the wide receiver Utolos out there between Camden Brown and Jonathan Mingo. And I already know the answer to the question, because I got to think everybody is just like, the Mingo thing was such a disappointment on so many levels. One, everybody questioned the trade. Like, what? What are we doing here? And he has proceeded to do nothing ever since. So I got to say, 98% of everybody's going to be like, no, you got to go with Camden Brown. Why? There was some discussion, I'll call it maybe some light hype around the undrafted rookie. And then in camp, it's looked good. Obviously, the preseason game. But here's the thing that's hard. Mingo is not making this easy. He's improved at a number of levels from what all I'm reading out of camp, right? Contributing to special teams, blocking, route running, all of the like. I was reading Blogging the Boys this morning talking about that. So I wonder if how many of us can look at it with a total objective eye, because we all get excited for youth and innovation. And I just wonder, is this now veteran now showing that he can be and should be, a productive member of the 53-man roster instead of going with what could be in Camden Brown? It's going to be interesting, and obviously preseason game number 2 tonight, to do that. Now, you said the passes are pretty good. I thought Hal and Milton looked pretty dang good.
I think it's a good problem to have as backup quarterback.
Yeah,
right
Milton
now
is showing better accuracy than we've seen from him, at least so far.
Yeah, so I was looking at an article from, shout out to, this is Sports Illustrated. They made this back in July, and they were ranking the top 32 backup quarterbacks in the NFL. And guess what?
They have Milton on it?
They had Milton at 30.
Yeah, that's about right. But who was worse?
So let me pull it up. So I think it was, I think there was only two. So there was obviously only two. Actually, you know what, Will? I want you to guess the two worst quarterbacks.
Oh, God, I can't.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. One of them, UT boy.
Mason Rudolph.
No. Okay, so it was Quinn Ewers from Miami. Was 31. And then 32 was Cade Klubnik, which he's a rookie. So, coming in. So they had a rookie behind him, and then they had Quinn
that
Ewers.
Didn't... Freezing Cold Takes has to like that after what we saw at a Cade Klubnik last week.
Yeah. But again, I
didn't see what he did last
This was before preseason started. So obviously number 1 was Joe Flacco, 2 was Mac Jones, and then they had Tua at 3, which, by the way, Tua is definitely not a starter in this league anymore. I think the way training camp is going and how he's looked so far in the limited preseason snaps, Atlanta's in a tough spot, regardless on if it's Penix, who's still hurt, or Tua, if he's your guy.
By the way, for those keeping score at home, Cade Klubnik last night, 10 of 14, 75 yards. Geno Smith was a perfect 7 of 7 touchdown pass.
Good for him. I like Geno Smith.
The Jets 17-0 over Pittsburgh. Look, I think in a perfect world, you have more ability out of Milton. So you'd like to see him, progress. Look, we all just want to get to a point where we've got Cooper Rush back there, right? I don't mean literally. I mean just the guy that can come in and in a 4 or 5 games, worst case, well, that's not worst case scenario, but that's getting close to it, right? What we saw a few years ago where he went, 2-1, 3-1 when Dak was out for a stretch. Yep. That's what you want.
And the one game that he lost was against Philly, who ended up making the Super Bowl. That team was loaded. So, I mean,
Right.
you take that with a grain of salt, but I mean, I absolutely think you can be in a situation to where if, God forbid, something did happen to Dak, you would be okay. You could win some games. It's not, end all be all. Last year, I don't think we would have been able to say that with Joe Milton and bringing in Sam Howell. I would have had Sam Howell favored over Joe Milton on the depth chart, but after that first preseason game, I think it's a question to be held going into the second preseason game, which I'm really excited to be looking for tonight.
No doubt. Plus what we see on the defense and the one guy nobody's been talking about for the most part over the offseason is not being talked about a lot. We're just getting started here on a Cowboys game day here on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you.
No tricks, just real value. Don't let the gimmicks fool you. Call us for a second opinion. We offer transparent pricing, expert installation, and a lifetime warranty on every single window. Call 469 Windows or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good point made by the 817. Mingo 6'2", 225. Brown 6'2", 205. Reminder on both of those Camden TDs last week, both Mingo and Trigg removing the chains from Bo, Sam, and Joe. We're deep. Can't argue with that there. Will Chambers alongside the fan phenom Eric Caceres. Khaki Kevin Walker is getting his khakis ironed out. He'll be in here shortly.
You better bring me some kicks.
Oh, maybe. We're going to get, after we talk a little bit more Cowboys here, we're going college football for the next hour. Going to preview the ACC. Going to talk with Lisa Simakopoulos from the Dallas Morning News. And some breaking news out of the SEC that we'll give you as well. So all that coming up starting at 10:40 here today as we take it to 3 o'clock on a Cowboys game day with pregame coverage starting right here at 6 o'clock. Late kick out in Arizona. At least these preseason games give you something to watch late into the night, right? 9 o'clock start for that one.
Or like 10 p.m. Eastern. Imagine living on the East Coast having to watch that. You're an Arizona Cardinals fan.
Oh, my. You're probably going to have more Cowboys fans than Cardinals fans out in the East.
And this is going to be
countrywide.
This is going to be the Cardinals' third preseason game, too, because they had the Hall of Fame game. So
That's right. That's right. So they're a well-oiled machine at this point. I thought it was interesting that on what has come through, the big discussion and the Fred and Blake fight aside.
Oh, gosh.
RB2. Because for as much as we've been, going, okay, well, who's going to be behind Javonte Williams? Is it going to be Jaden Blue or Phil Maffa? And, man, it's really just been Malik Davis. He's just been the forgotten man.
Jaden Blue, I mean, what was your expectations on him coming in to, I guess, last season as a rookie comparatively to this year? Because I feel like last year, maybe it's like, where is he going to be on that depth chart? This year, it's like you thought for sure he would be RB2.
Well, I think my thought was, okay, you're hoping that he flashes as RB3 enough to put him in position to be RB2 going into this year. And he gives you some of the stuff that you want to see, but he gives you too much of the stuff that you just can't have.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing, holding him back. And I think that's also why those kind of hopped on the Phil Maffa train, just because of I don't know if we can really trust Jaden Blue here. Not that Maffa's given all that much that you could trust as well. So,
well, it doesn't help too that obviously he has the speed, but it's like running through the tackles and the fumbling issues too. I think that's the biggest thing for any NFL running back is if you're struggling with your size and then you fumble the ball, then the opportunities are, they're going to run away from you. I think that's what's helped James Cook from the Buffalo Bills is he has a fumbling problem, but he's strong, man, and he's had his ability over his years, even from Georgia coming into the NFL, that he's just gotten so much stronger and just running through the tackles.
Well, here's the thing too. If you think about it, this may be locked up as soon as tonight. If Blue or Maffa, if they come in, they put the ball on the ground, I guarantee you Malik Davis is your RB2.
Yes.
He's just so much more consistent. We only got one more preseason game after this. And that's with the Saints. Boy, that's going to be interesting.
After how this week went?
Jeez. Look, you see some fights go on in these scrimmages with other teams,
you don't see many
around
German
the NFL.
suplexes.
You do not see what we saw there very often. Like, holy crap. I was like, damn, dude.
Which, by the way, did you know that one of the Saints players, Steiner, his dad...
Yeah, Scott Steiner.
Yeah, Scott Steiner. He WWE wrestler. I don't know if you're a pro wrestling guy, but...
I was back in the day because he was part of the Attitude Era.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you know your ball game.
The Monday Night Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Steiner brothers.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was on Nitro. He's a weird-looking dude. I mean, just like totally... I mean, Scott Steiner had... His bicep looked like a softball. I mean, it was one of those that it wasn't a long muscle. I'll say that. Short muscle. I guess you could probably isolate that. Thank you, Chad.
Hey, I mean, Steiner, I will say his son, he was doing, if he was trying out for the WWE, he might get, top of the totem pole because that was a nice little German suplex. I need to go back and watch it, but man, the only thing I didn't like, Will, was like the fact that, I mean, why are we finding the teams? I mean, it's football. Like, things are going to happen. Scuffles are going to happen. Like, I don't know. We see fights break out all the time. I think it's good for the sport. I don't see a reason to fine both teams for it. I
mean, no, I think you have to. You can't have that, okay? You can have scuffles. You can have stuff like that, but, when you're suplexing a guy to the ground without his helmet on, that's concussion city possibility.
So regardless if he got hurt or not, like, you still gotta. What you're saying is that
can't allow it.
It's the act.
Can't
of doing
allow it. No, you got to come down and do something there. I mean, look, I think they did it right. By making it monetary. You're not gonna, suspend somebody for a game unless they, start, using their equipment as a weapon. I think that's the only thing that really gets you to that point. But
we were talking about. Cowboys that are proving themselves. Camden Brown, of course, coming in. And now, moving on the defensive side, I'm ready to see some Jason Barham tonight. Yeah. I don't know about you.
Yeah, was held out last week because of the groin, right?
Yeah.
And now you're going to, see him get it tonight. Now, it'll be also them leaving California or leaving, to come back to DFW.
Of course.
So things have concluded in earnest in Oxnard. But yeah, I mean, this is the guy that been flashing, and linebacker is a clear need for this team. Need somebody to step up in there outside of Overshone. So yeah, that'll actually be the thing I'll be most interested in watching tonight.
Yeah, I mean, especially on the interior part, right? Because like Overshone's kind of played that Mike role before. Jason Barham can really beef up that middle. So going to be watching for that because I think, you have more questions on the inside than you do on the outside because the outside you can, whether with Christian Parker, Malachi Lawrence coming off the edge, now you pick up Von Miller. D. Winters is going to play eventually. Rashawn Gary. Like, you got edge, outside linebacker role. So really going to be seeing how Jason Barham fits into that Mike role. Making those tackles and seeing how he comes and how he's moving through a growing injury because a growing injury is something you can't really mess with. I feel like anywhere between the growing and the hamstring, you got to be careful because those can linger.
I tell you what, it has been, so far a super successful camp. Dak Prescott said it. It's been a successful camp. We can hang on our hat on everything we wanted to do. We did. Obviously there's still, a week left of it. And you look at other teams, around the league. Well, just one in particular. The one thing that you want to come out of camp having is unscathed for the most part, right? It's never going to happen 100%. But, for all the optimism, the Chicago Bears have been talked about so much in this offseason. And I think rightfully so. Right? You got Caleb Williams in his third year, Ben Johnson. The questions there's a lot of talk, are they a regression candidate? Because of the fact their defense wasn't very good and relied a lot on turnovers.
Well, and because you guys won a lot of one-score games, too.
Yeah. Well, they've had a lot of injuries on defense, right? So that's still a huge question because I look at three teams in the NFC. Three. That, to me, are the favorites. 4, if you want to put Seattle in there. I think.
Oh, you don't have Seattle.
I don't.
Okay.
Well, no. Let me take that all back. Put 4 in there. It's totally unfair to leave Seattle out. I think Seattle is not going to repeat. So if you're gonna, in its very literal sense, that will be a regression, right? Because there's nowhere to go but maintaining if you're going to repeat. So But I look at the Rams, Cowboys, and Bears.
Okay.
Those are my three teams that I expect to be the best teams in the conference.
So you have more questions about Philly then, more than the Bears?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I do. Philly, I've said that you want to go down the list. I think Green Bay has a lot to prove that everybody just wants to, oh, no, they'll be fine. We'll put them in there.
Dude, I'm going to be honest. I think Green Bay's going to finish last in the North this year.
I think they could finish last, too. I absolutely do. And somebody's going to have to convince me that I think Detroit's a good team, but somebody's going to have to convince me as to why they are going to be better than they were last year.
I can tell you why. Because their strength of schedule is very easy. They have a top 5 strength of schedule. And last year, they were one of the most efficient offenses to miss the playoffs. They had a top 5 scoring offense last year, and their point differential in the division was skyrocket better than everybody else. So to me, it's like, okay, if you can get that offense to play as good as they did last year, you just got
Their offensive line was a problem for them last year after being one of the best in the league last year.
Absolutely. And it didn't help, too, that Dan Campbell, obviously you're mourning the loss of Ben Johnson, so, you have to adjust there. But at the end of the season, man, they lost so many games where they were just too aggressive on third down efficiency and fourth down conversions. Like Dan Campbell at a point where he was 0-9 for his last fourth down conversions.
Yeah.
And that can't happen, especially in a game where they lost to the Steelers late in the season at home where you have to win that game. They laid up a stinker against the Minnesota Vikings on Christmas Day. It was 22-10. They couldn't really get anything going, made a lot of mistakes on third and short. So to me, it's like, okay, you get those one-score games that you lost at the end of the season. You turn those into wins with the easy schedule. I think the Lions will be back in the playoffs, but I understand your questions for them being a top NFC team.
Yeah. And that's where, and going back to, all right, so you mentioned those teams. I'll go back to the 4. Your point well taken. I could be wrong about the Lions. You could be right. Seattle, what I've been saying for months now, quite as it's kept, lost some key guys.
Yes.
And not just Kenneth Walker, which I think is maybe one of the most overrated additions. I think he could be just fine, but like the fact that he's going to save the Kansas City running attack. Like, what are we doing here? But on defense, Kobe Bryant, there's a reason why they're bringing in Terrion Arnold and Trayvon Diggs. What does that tell you? Not good. The Bears, I just mentioned, if you've been paying any attention to them, that camp has, as much as Caleb has looked great and we're hearing all this talk, they're like injury after injury on defense.
Yeah, and I feel like you guys haven't addressed the defensive line very well in previous years.
So that leaves you now with my 4 teams that I think are the 4 strongest in the NFC, Rams, Cowboys. Rams were putting on another level. Might be the best team on paper I've ever seen.
Of course.
Maybe. Well, the Cowboys have been somewhat smooth sailing at this point. They're figuring out their depth at training camp. The guys that you're bringing in, you just bring in Von Miller, who I think the expectation is exactly where it should be. This is the most un-Cowboy-like offseason and preseason I've been a part of since I've been in here in DFW covering this team. Because every year, it's either, oh, they're overhyped. Why are we talking about them? Oh, it's always like this drama surrounding them. I think the Cowboys, from a national landscape, have been properly rated. Everybody being like, look, that defense is going to be better by bringing in Caleb Downs, the Quentin Williams, all the like little things that they have done and the additions that they've made. Jalen Thompson.
Yeah.
There are still questions there, but I am totally bullish on the Cowboys. The only thing holding me back from the Cowboys' perspective is one thing. It's their early schedule is weird. I'm not a fan of the early schedule, and that's why I thought they'll be neck and neck with Philadelphia because Philadelphia is still going to win games.
Yes.
And I just don't think they're going to be as strong of a team as the Cowboys are. So right now, if I'm going to do, like a power ranking, I feel like the Cowboys would be number 2 for me in the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I feel like I've become numb to the Cowboys, just being average in my life, or at least to when it matters the most. So
see Kyle Brandt this week saying they're like Taco Bell. With Scott Van Pelt. It was pretty funny.
It's like the analogy is it Taco Bell? It's like
it's the same ingredients like they have been for the last 20, 25 years. And then it's just like, oh, yeah, but now we have, they just change it into like a,
Well, I'm probably not the right guy to ask about Taco Bell because I think Taco Bell's like completely trash.
Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Cantina chicken
man.
Menu?
Taco Bell would be like at the bottom for me for taco places to eat. But
I will not have this Taco Bell slander.
I will say, Will, in terms of the Cowboys hype going into this year, I like how I feel like it's been like not as noisy of an offseason because I feel like, we're at that point where the last 2 years you haven't been in the playoffs, so maybe everybody's expectations have kind of gone down a little bit.
Well, the offense was so freaking good. The defense was god-awful.
Historically bad.
Yeah.
Historically bad. I mean, they gave up 511 points, which was a franchise low. But regardless, I think, there's always something in the offseason that Jerry does that it just kind of
Well, it's not. You know what, Eric? I don't think that they didn't do it. I think that they kind of did. It was George Pickens. The difference being is that how Pickens handled it.
Yeah, Pickens handled it well. But, I mean, I think, like, in previous years, it was like, Jerry 2 years ago was like, he said he was all in and then proceeded to not make a single offseason move. There's always that. Or it was Micah Parsons drama last year or paying CeeDee Lamb at the last second. Like, there's always something with this team, even when they're not in the media.
Just not this year.
I feel like not this year.
Yeah.
And so that's why I like, because I would rather be like that. Now, I know it's asking for much because you're America's team. Somebody's going to talk about you. I think even First Take, which I don't watch, by the way, but I heard that some Cowboys fans were telling me that they had talked about us being Super Bowl contenders 6 times in the span of 2 weeks. 6 times. So
They're
going to hype us up. But
the Cowboys should be. They absolutely should be. They are properly rated as a Super Bowl contender.
But I don't want people to say that. I would rather us have to prove it and show it. But I know that's just not
reality.
It's not reality.
That's never it. All right, Khaki Kev is in the building, and that means it is time to talk some college football. Previewing did the dive this week. The ACC, where SMU will end up. We do it next here on The Fan.
Introducing a new theme park from Universal created especially for younger kids, where they can play with trolls, Gabby, go to Jurassic World.
season with Spitz and Son, DFW's #1 Stars podcast, presented by the On Time Experts. A new episode is available now wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Give us your ACC hot takes here on a Saturday morning here on 105.3 The Fan. YouTube and Twitch, by the way, with Khaki Kevin Walker and the Fan Phenom Eric Aceris. I'm Will Chambers. With Jet Walker back in, or Jet Nelson, excuse me.
Walker,
back
baby.
We're brothers? What? There, what happened? Jet Fuel at the end of next hour. And again, we'll talk with Lisa Simakopoulos, who covers SMU for the Dallas Morning News at the top of the hour.
Also an AP poll voter.
That's right. The 682... with a couple hot takes that SMU misses the CFP and Dabo's fired this year. Kevin, I'll start with you on this one. You're just trying to swim upstream if you're picking anybody outside of Miami, right?
Yeah, I think for the most part, I do know that people not just in the DFW Metroplex are also taking SMU seriously this year, and you can see it from the AP poll. They had them at 19. Hey, I also had them at 19.
Coaches had them at 20.
So they're kind of right. They're getting that respect that they deserve. So I feel like if it's not Miami, it's going to be SMU. Now, if you want to be a crazy person, you want to take Louisville, you want to take somebody like that.
Well, I think
sure,
Louisville's going to be tough.
And they will be, but they're not SMU, and they're sure as hell not Miami.
How do we feel about Louisville being in that tier?
I'm pulling up my my ACC tier rankings because we just did our Big Ten, so I was all into the Big Ten. ACC we did a couple of weeks ago over on the walk-ons. For Louisville, they're a definite top 25 team, which they did get picked for that, so that's great. But their schedule's a little tough because they do have Ole Miss as a non-conference game.
They have Ole Miss and then SMU 2 weeks later, which is going to be the biggest game in the ACC, really, within the first 2 months of the year.
Yeah, and top running back in the conference for sure. They were 9-4 last year. I mean, I had them. You know, we were tier ranking. I had them as a B+, as an A- team. Like, they're going to be really, really good in the ACC.
Yeah, last year, well, when they beat Miami, they had a couple overtime losses, a 1-point loss to Clemson. The only game, you know, they got blown out by SMU last year. They're tough. Braum is a great coach. Look, they're going to be pretty good. I hate saying that, too. I absolutely hate them.
I know.
Starting out with Ole Miss, we're going to know right away, especially with what Ole Miss is, you know, and having to begin with a game like that.
Right.
Look, Darian Mensah, that was huge news when that broke, you know, on him transferring over from Duke.
Highest paid player in college football, allegedly.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. More on that a little bit later as to why college football is in such a great place. I'm gonna make a little note of that.
And terrible place.
Yeah,
it's in a great place and a terrible place all at the same time.
Yeah, and more of that after we talk to Lisa coming up top of the hour. I said this earlier. If the season plays out the way that I think it will, that my Heisman vote would be with Malachi Toney. I think he is going to be absolutely electric. They use him in so many different ways. I know that they have lost a lot, you know, on that defensive front, but they brought in a lot. And one of the things about Miami, every year going into last year that I can't do anymore is bag on Mario Cristobal in-game coaching.
No,
can't do it anymore.
Can't do it.
I mean,
he got an extension there for a reason. He's really trying to get the U back. And into what we've seen so far, it's working.
Look, the criticism was valid. Like boneheaded stuff would go down in Hurricanes games. And last year, he proved that those are gone. He was a great in-game coach.
Yeah.
There were some mistakes obviously made. They had a chance really to, turn that game wide, or turn the game over in the national championship game. Look, they're really tough. It's going to be the teams behind them. Clemson. Where are you guys at on Clemson?
I don't really see the hype in Clemson. Like, personally, they would not be in my top 25, Kevin.
I'm glad you said that. And honestly, I'm glad they weren't in the top 25.
I mean, look, here's the thing. Like, Louisville, SMU, and Virginia, I think those teams are much more proven in the ACC, especially last year, being 3 runner-ups. But with Clemson, I mean, their season last year was a disaster. They were 7-6. I mean, at least for their standards. That's the worst record since 2010 for them. And Dabo Swinney is obviously, he's aiming to, for this to be a crazy turnaround right away. And to me, I just don't see, I don't see them having that team to do it. Now, a team like Louisville, where I see, okay, that offense could be pretty good. And then SMU, they were 14-2 since joining the ACC. To me, those teams are just much more proven in that department, and I really just don't buy the hype in Clemson.
Clemson's got some studs.
Yeah, they do, for sure. And look, credit to Dabo Swinney for finally getting into the transfer portal and finally...
He's just swimming in the shallow end of the pool, though, with that. Like, he's really just still trying to dip his toes in.
And the only reason why he can get the recruits that he can and he can get the transfers he can is because of what Clemson has done in the past.
Yeah.
But we're some time removed from that Clemson team. They were 7-6 last year with a 4-4 conference record, and they have the second hardest schedule in the ACC this year.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's going to be an easy bounce back year for Clemson where they're going to be able to reestablish themselves. I understand they had 112 votes or so they just barely missed out on the top 25. But I didn't have them in my top 25. I predicted that the AP poll would just because they normally give Clemson that love. But they did it, and I was shocked. It was one of the bigger shocks that I noticed in the poll personally. But they just don't deserve that ranking yet. Also, they don't have a difference maker at quarterback.
Yeah,
That's
Christopher Vizina, I don't know. But, Brian Wesco, Loco kid, so good. With SMU, if you can just get Kevin Jennings to cut down on the turnovers... Yeah. They're going to be fine. Look, that was the issue last year. When you look at the games, they could not get those wins over Cal and Wake Forest. You get one of those, you're back in the ACC title game for the second year in a row. I love what Rhett Lashlee, 31 games over the last 3 years. That's what they've won. And I absolutely love Jennings. And Nick Saban does too, so I feel like I'm in pretty good company there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Look, their schedule's not that bad.
Yeah.
Yes, you play Notre Dame. That's probably going to be a game you drop. You could shock the world, but that's probably going to be a game you drop. But other than that, your other hardest game is Louisville. Tough game. Again, they're going to pose a threat, but if you're SMU, you can beat that team, especially if you are the 19th or 20th best team in the country. You can beat Louisville. So SMU, we are in a realistic scenario where if SMU performs to the way that they're supposed to, they could be a one-loss team. Maybe 2 losses if we want to be, if we want to give them a little room to wiggle. But for the most part, there's a realistic chance they could just be a one-loss team.
Okay. Let's live in a world where they're a 2-loss team.
Okay.
I'm not predicting that. I'm high on SMU.
Yeah.
But that could be a problem because, one, Louisville could be pretty good. We're obviously not buying Clemson. But I've got 3 teams I want to ask about to you.
Let's do it.
One of which, and I do this with every conference, is my,
I wonder if our dark horse is the same.
Yes, a dark horse. Let me first ask you about Virginia with quarterback Bo Pribula.
Virginia didn't really jump off the page to me. I had them as a C+, maybe a B tier kind of level team. Not a really hard schedule, but they did have a really good year last year. I think they're kind of going to even out. I think they're pretty much going to do what they did last year. I'm not expecting anything
to the ACC
crazy.
Title game?
Well, not as far as that. I'm not thinking that, but I'm thinking more along the lines of like success. I think they're just going to kind of repeat like what they did in a success term, not going to the title game. I need to make that clear, but more from a record standpoint.
I think SMU will get in. I see one loss on their schedule definitively, and it's Notre Dame on November 21st.
I'm curious to hear what Will's dark horse is, but I've got three possible teams that could make the playoff from the ACC.
I like Georgia Tech. I'm curious on Alberto Mendoza.
Yeah.
Obviously the name, he backed up his older brother last year at Indiana. They brought in Justice Haynes from Michigan. They are an interesting team, and especially because, with Georgia Tech, that they're going to be tough on the offensive and defensive lines. My surprise team, and remember this name, C.J. Bailey and the North Carolina State Wolfpack.
Okay.
That's my squad. It started out pretty bad last year at 4-4, and then they finished 8-5. C.J. Bailey and total QBR in the ACC was second last year, behind only Carson Beck. He's excellent. Pro scouts are already talking about him. NC State is my dark horse to surprise some people this year.
Okay. I love NC State. Not a terrible schedule. They avoid Clemson, Miami, SMU, and Notre Dame. So really for NC State, the path is there for them to have a very, very successful season. They could easily find themselves in the championship game if they just play smart football, don't do anything crazy. They could end up there, honestly, undefeated if things go according to plan. I've seen all the same things about C.J. Bailey that you have. He's an impressive quarterback. If it wasn't for Darian Mensah, probably the most impressive quarterback as we stand in the conference. My personal dark horse is California, though.
All right, I knew it was going to be Cal. I like him too.
I can't, for the life of me, pronounce their quarterback's name, so I just call him JKS.
But Jaron Kiwu Sagabalute.
Yeah, just pull that jet, and then anytime we say that, whenever we talk about Cal, we'll just play that drop.
And Tosh Lupoy, first-year coach there.
I mean, California is interesting, and I gave them a nod in my top 25. They're a fun team. They're going to be a team that people are going to... I think mid-season people are going to be like, wait, that Cal team, that's not Miami or SMU. What, like that's a... Who's that? When did they start doing that? California was really good last year, 7-6, but it was the turnaround that happened when JKS took over.
Yeah.
He's an electric quarterback, an electric playmaker. So that's my personal dark horse for the ACC.
I like it.
But I do like NC State.
Another team that's somewhat affiliated with them, Notre Dame.
Yeah.
We'll talk about them coming up later in the program. I think I have... I'll tell you what, I've pivoted. Which way? You'll have to find out later in the show, about 1:20 today. All right, let's turn our attention fully on the Mustangs of SMU. Lisa Asimakopoulos covers the Mustangs for the Dallas Morning News, an AP voter. We will talk with her as we open up Hour 2 next here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Boy, I don't know about the CFP. We'll have to find out later who plays for the CFP title at 1:20 today. Hour 2 here on this Saturday morning on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you hanging with us alongside the fan phenom Eric Caceres and khaki Kevin Walker. I am Will Chambers.
Anybody in the CFP
college football
except Texas.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I had to throw that in there.
Right,
you know what,
go.
Kev? You know what? I take it back because I will say you have. I've been listening to your show. Shout out to the walk-ons. You've been giving the Aggies some love, so I appreciate you, man.
I made it very clear. You can hate a team. You can have all the disgust for a team, but you still have to show respect, and there is respect to be given.
I just had to do it with Louisville. You got to do it with Texas, who's a much better team. That's how it goes here. All right, let's turn our attention back to the ACC and the SMU Mustangs. Lisa Asimakopoulos covers the Mustangs for the Dallas Morning News, now joining us here on this Saturday morning. Lisa, thank you so much for getting up with us. Okay, out of the gate, I got to ask you, let's just start with Kevin Jennings. All right. In the 26 starts, he has been amazing in 13 games, and SMU's gone 12-1. He's been subpar 7 times. They've gone 3-4. It's been a little inconsistent. What has been? How has he looked through camp now in his what should be his final year at SMU?
Yeah, so he's actually been dealing with an injury during camp, so that's been a little unexpected for them. He jammed his finger in a door the night on the first, right after their first day of camp. So he's just kind of started getting back into throwing within the last couple days here, but they really weren't too worried. They said it was not going to be anything that really impacted him. And as you mentioned, you know, he's entering his 3rd year as a starter. He's played, you know, dozens of games for SMU, and they feel pretty confident in Kevin Jennings. And yeah, you know, he's shown inconsistency at different times in his career, but even though the 2024 season was better for the team overall than the 2025 season, I think, you know, Kevin definitely showed more consistency last year. He was battling an injury all year. He also showed just better decision making. His first season, it was a lot of just careless turnovers, and he kind of cleaned that up last year. So, you know, he's pretty much what he can do is how far SMU will go this year. You know, he's going to take them whatever level he can reach. So I think that there's a lot of high expectations for him and what he can do. And you know, there aren't many college quarterbacks that spend 5 years at a place, and they think that's an advantage for them. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of pressure on his shoulders heading into the season, but you know, they have pretty high hopes for what he'll be able to accomplish.
No question, and I apologize. I accidentally added a consonant to your name, Leah. It's an early Saturday morning here when I got here today.
No worries.
So, you know, we look at some teams across the country, and they're led clearly, you know, by the guy that's in front, the head coach. We can look at some of those teams and like what the effect is going to be in losing coordinators. How do you look at it for SMU losing both of theirs going into this year?
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting situation because it wasn't, okay, they lose 2 coordinators and they hire 2 new people or they promote 2 new people. Instead, they've got like 5 coordinators right now. So there's, I think, 2 co-defensive coordinators, 3 co-offensive
Move them all
coordinators.
up.
So yeah, it's a bit of a weird situation. and Rhett Lashley kind of joked and just said, I can't make a decision, you know, but the way they're kind of approaching it is more just they don't want a whole lot to change. Like they feel like they had a good foundation with what Scott Simons, who left for the Cowboys, and Casey Woods, who left for the head job at Missouri State, what they've built, and they just kind of want to keep that going. And overall, I mean, SMU's had pretty strong staff retention year over year. They've lost a few pieces here and there, and this is probably the most turnover they've seen since Rhett Lashley arrived, which is, you know, pretty impressive. And obviously, he looks at that as a good thing. You know, if his coaches are going on and getting bigger jobs elsewhere, that's kind of a nod to the program. But I think, you know, a lot is going to be similar because it was always a very collaborative thing. It wasn't just, you know, Casey Woods making all the decisions on offense. And Rhett Lashley is the one who calls plays on offense. So I think that helps. Defensively, there'll be a new play caller. It's Maurice Crum, who's their linebackers coach, but he has the experience of doing that in other places, and he's been at SMU for quite some time. So it'll be interesting to see. But overall, it's majority same people back, and they've got a lot of veteran players back, and that's who they're going to kind of lean on through this transition.
Now, not only on the official AP poll that was released was SMU at 19, but on your own individual poll, they were 19. Do you kind of feel like, because I was a little worried about SMU not getting the love that they properly deserved this year, do you feel like nationally SMU is finally getting recognized and Kevin Jennings is really being recognized as like, hey, this is a team that we really do have to watch out for come college football playoff time?
100%. I think that the preseason poll is so tough because it's like, what are we really judging off of? Reputation, who's back, do they have a star quarterback who we can give a nod to? I mean, they haven't played a single game yet. So I think that you can only take a preseason poll so seriously. And obviously if SMU goes out to Tallahassee and loses their first game to Florida State, then that's going to change everything for them. But I think they've earned the respect. They 2 years in the ACC have been overall really strong. I mean, they make the championship game and the college football playoff in their first year. They're a drive away from making the ACC championship game in their second year. They've got a quarterback back for a third year who's, among the best in the country statistically in terms of returning quarterbacks in Power 5. So, there's reasons that I put them on there and that I think they deserve to be on there. I'm not going to, put them top 10. I don't quite think they're a top 10 team yet, at least. We'll see what they do this season, but I think that they deserve the recognition. And then you look at the ACC, and I think Miami is the clear front runner, but SMU has a chance to challenge them, and there's some other teams in there as well. So, I think it's a nod to them and what they've been able to do in 2 years, especially for a program that really did not get that recognition for about 30 years.
Yeah, and SMU, when I'm evaluating them this season, I think they're going to get their recognition for sure, but just kind of evaluating their schedule, it's very favorable. What matchup are you kind of looking forward to the most? It's really going to be a make or break for them getting into that college football playoffs. I mean, obviously you have the top conference matchup with SMU and Louisville on September 19th, but then you also maybe think about a critical game that could be a separation game, like an SMU and Florida State on the road September 7th. What's kind of the game you're watching for evaluating this SMU team as they try to win the ACC?
Yeah, the start of the schedule is going to be really important for them because they play two ACC opponents in two tough environments in the first 3 weeks of the season, and their last couple years, they haven't really been that great to start the season. Last year, they lost to both Baylor and TCU in non-conference play. The year before, they lost to BYU. They just kind of went through. They've had a history of being a little shaky at the start of the year. They just can't afford to lose two of those games against two ACC opponents. It matters a lot more than losing to those non-conference opponents. So both Florida State and Louisville. Louisville's obviously the more difficult opponent. They're ranked, I think they were 24. So. But Florida State, I mean, that's not an easy environment to go in. They will have already had a game under their belt. They play a game before SMU does. That's SMU's first game in the season. They're the last team in the country to start their season. So there's some things working against them for sure. But, if they can win those games or at least win one of those two games, I think the Notre Dame game on November 21st is going to be a huge resume building opportunity for them. You go to South Bend, you play a team that should be a top 10 team in the country at that time. I think they have a lot to prove in that moment. And, if they are fighting for an at-large bid in some scenario, that could be critical for them.
Yeah, I look at it based on what you're saying. I had the belief coming in. We can only look at it from where we sit right now, that matchup between SMU and Louisville is likely, at least from my standpoint, the biggest game in the ACC schedule this season. Miami, as you said, they're the clear favorites. You're going to be swimming upstream if you're picking anybody outside of Miami. So determining whom is going to face Miami likely in the ACC championship game, I got to think that SMU-Louisville game in just the third game of the season for the Mustangs has to be the biggest one in the conference.
100%. I mean, it could matter a lot. It could also not matter at all, and that's the weird thing about playing a game like that, the third game of the season. I mean, we've seen Louisville start seasons really strong and then kind of fall apart late, and we've seen SMU, vice versa, maybe start weak, come together later, and then fall apart in the Cal game. Like, it's just hard to predict, and you never know who else is going to kind of come out and later in the season. Virginia Tech's got James Franklin there now. They were only picked to finish like 8th in the conference, but who knows? I mean, they could be fantastic, and we have no idea. So, yes, I think that game could very well decide who's in the ACC championship game. But I don't think SMU is going to be putting too much weight in that exactly going into that game. They just know they need to win it. I mean, they can't lose their first 2 conference games against 2 of the better opponents they're going to play. I mean, their October schedule is really favorable for them. I mean, they're playing at home. They're playing teams they'll play one on the road at Syracuse, but it's teams they should beat. And they play teams like Stanford and Wake Forest, like teams that are just kind of down in the preseason poll, at least in the ACC. So they kind of need to come out and make a statement, and that Louisville game is pretty much the best opportunity to do that in the conference.
Leah Simbakopoulos joining us from the Dallas Morning News, covering all things SMU and the ACC, and that's kind of where I want to take it here. On your individual poll, and as well as, again, the national poll, you did not have Clemson in your top 25. Could you kind of walk us through that? Because it kind of seems like Clemson was one of those teams where we thought maybe just based on the brand, the history alone, they might creep into that bottom 5 of the top 25.
Yeah, I was wavering on Clemson, but I don't know. I honestly had 24 teams that I felt like pretty confident about, and between like Clemson and Missouri and whoever that 25th team, I just really couldn't decide. And for me, my reasoning on Clemson was more just I think that they've been going through a bit of a lull. I think that they've had some rough patches, and I don't think that they've necessarily proven, at least last season, that they're a team that should be in the top 25. And granted, that could change very quickly. Like, they could go win, their first however many games in the season, and they'll quickly be in my poll. I mean, they win a couple games, and I'll have them there for sure. But I think that we're too quick to give teams brand recognition and to just give them the nod because of who they are. And I think especially as we've seen just college football change and teams like SMU kind of earn that recognition, I don't think it's fair to just put a team in the poll because of who their coach is, or put a team in the poll because of how many national championships they won. Florida State is a great example of that. I mean, they were always ranked. They were always a top team, and everyone kind of reached the consensus that they're not. So I think that the preseason poll is so tough because, again, as I said, what are we going off of? But I think by the first couple weeks of the season, we'll have a little bit better of a sense of things, and I'll feel a little more confident in who I consider the top 25 teams after at least 1 week of football.
Leah, I'm in total agreement. God bless you. You have to do it. I refuse to do it and haven't for years until I see at least through week 1 and seeing them, and I refuse to do that. Okay, now, we talked about, I think there's a consensus that Miami, Louisville, SMU are the favorites, there to compete for the ACC title. We just got done talking about the teams that are kind of the dark horses that we think are in there. We picked one each. Is there a team that you have that you're looking at that could surprise people this year?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it already. For me, it's Virginia Tech. I mean, I just think that the way that James Franklin left Penn State was just so bizarre and unfortunate and, just kind of a mess. And I went to a Big Ten school. I'm very familiar watching Big Ten football and what Penn State's done. And I understand that they haven't, the stakes are very high there and the expectations are very high. But to lead a team to the top of that conference so consistently, clearly he knows what he's doing. And I understand he has to start from scratch at Virginia Tech, but that's a program that's also had success. So I'm really curious to see what he's able to do in his first year. Maybe not, make the ACC championship game or anything, but just kind of be in that conversation towards the top of the conference. And I think that's one team that I'm watching. The ACC is so tough because it's just teams you don't expect. We've had Georgia Tech, flash and Pitt and, Wake Forest was better than we thought they'd be last year. Cal had some good moments. So, I think that there's a group in there, but I don't know. My confidence in that it's going to be Miami, SMU, Louisville, maybe Clemson, maybe another team in there. I feel like those teams are ahead of the rest for sure.
No doubt. I mean, he has a pretty good recruiting class, coming in, in his first start or his first year out at Virginia Tech. Leah, thank you so much for laying the knowledge on us. We really appreciated it and hope to catch up with you down the road on Fan U once we get that started next week.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. That's Leah Simbakopoulos, who covers the SMU Mustangs for the Dallas Morning News, and AP voter. It was all things ACC. She did not mention my NC State Wolfpack.
Nor my Cal.
No, she
dark
did.
horse.
She said Cal had some flags.
Give Cal some
last
love.
year.
I do think Virginia Tech definitely deserves it, though.
Yeah. I mean, look.
The ACC's fun.
Yeah, it is. There are some interesting, fun teams that are just going to be. I got a text from a friend, a few minutes ago talking about Georgia Tech, and I said Georgia Tech's going to be tough to beat every week. That doesn't mean I think that they're going, 10-2,
right?
9-2, whatever. I don't know how many games they play. So, it's going to be a fun season in the ACC, and I'm excited to see Kevin Jennings on the field once again. He is just electric. Okay, we have some college football breaking news out of the SEC. Could this mean a power returning to where they were recently? That and what's happened this week. More college football next year on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the
La Pizza and La Pasta Italy, one of these star restaurants. Go to dfwrestaurantweek.com for the list of participating restaurants. Make your reservations to dine.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Jet. He'll be providing us some jet fuel coming up at 11:40 today. Will Chambers, Kevin Walker, Eric Caceres here with you on a Saturday morning here on 105.3 The Fan. Just 1 week away from college football and the debut of Season 2 of Fan University. Are we 9 to noon, 9 to 1? What are we next week? 9 to 1.
9 to 1. 9 to 1 for the first 2 weeks.
Okay.
I believe.
All right, there you
Subject
go.
to change,
How does it feel to be the unk of that show?
I love it. I cannot wait.
Could not be a better unk for the show.
Cannot wait. With Brendan Baxter, Jacob Ray as well. It is going to be so much fun, especially clouding Brendan Baxter on his 5.5 40-yard dash.
Okay, so that compared to what I raced against Rima, I feel like mine was under 5.5 for sure. Now, granted, we raced longer. Ours was like 80 to 100 yards.
He was also in no shoes.
Did he do that?
That
grass?
should add.
I think that
turf,
actually helps.
Yeah, it absolutely does help.
So, yeah. I don't know.
He doesn't
not
look
impressive.
slow.
No, look, it looked
now, granted,
cool.
he was in pants. You know, he's
that
like
is a game changer.
Like
it was
not
like
really warming up. You're just
pants.
yeah. What'd you run? What was your best 40?
In high school or like,
yeah?
I was like a 4.75.
Really?
I was a sneaky white guy. Yeah.
Same here. 4.7. Did you ever sprint at all?
No. Everybody asked me that question too. It's like, what's your 40 time? I was like, I don't run the 40.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. I feel like
runner.
long distance guys do not excel in short speeds, and short speed guys don't excel in long distance. It doesn't go that way.
Yeah, we don't have the fast twitch muscles.
Yeah.
They always try to throw me on the 800. Well, they tried to. They did throw me on the 800. I hated it.
It's the most painful race
I hated it so much, and I was not like even remotely that good at it. And I was my theory was like, look, I'm not gonna win this race. I want to lose quickly. But doing an 800, you do one lap, you're already behind.
Yeah.
So now you just have to do one more whole lap of being behind everybody else.
It's consistently.
Literally, I hated it.
It's a
so
long
much.
sprint. Like you can't even consider it a distance.
I
race.
ran the 400 and it was rough.
And
I would rather do the 400 though.
Yeah,
I'd rather do it than the 800, but I mean, the 400, you better be at a pretty high pace going all the way around if you're going to compete in that.
And the thing that hurts so much about the 800 too is if you run the 800 right, and track people that have ran it understand this, you have to run the first lap faster than the second lap. You have. So
I could never figure out. Well, granted, I was in high school, but like I could never like. I was like, how does this like work?
If you negative split an 800, you ran it wrong. That's what they say. So
I just would rather run 200.
Not a fan of negative splits, I'll tell you that right now. We have some breaking news that came out about an hour ago in college football. Pete Thamel of ESPN. Alabama has named their starting quarterback, Keelan Russell, who was the number 2 prospect in the 2025 class.
Wow, he beat up Austin Mack.
He beat out Austin Mack, who is a longtime backup for Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
But Thamel saying this decision fits the timeline that DeBoer preferred. They have 2 weeks of practice for him to operate as QB1 as they hone in on the packages that highlight his dual threat ability. And it's going to be a lot of inexperience on that Alabama offense as opposed to a lot of experience and good experience for the defense. Still going to be interesting. They're not, I think, we've talked about this over the course of the last few weeks that Alabama, well, first off, we're never seeing what they were ever again from any team.
And Bama fans need to stop expecting that from Kalen DeBoer, who's a good head coach.
But I think it is absolutely fair. I've said this my entire life being a Kentucky basketball fan, that no, we don't expect to reel off championship after championship. We expect to be in the conversation every year. Mm-hmm. And Alabama's not in the conversation. So I'm going to defend Bama fans here and be like, yeah, get us back to us being in the conversation.
So it was leading towards Keelan Russell for the past week or so, that it was more than likely going to be him. Apparently, early showings was he and Austin Mack were very, very even, 50-50 splits, and they were both looking good in scrimmage play. I think both of them missed a little bit of time in practice because of different, like, small, minimal injuries. But from what I was reading, Russell really took off these past couple of weeks. In their scrimmage game, he looked phenomenal and pretty much sealed the decision. But this doesn't mean it's all over for Austin Mack. He could still turn things around. By the way, Keelan Russell, Duncanville High product, so DFW zone, of course. But I'm kind of surprised. I kind of thought he was going to go Austin Mack. I thought the familiarity,
so long,
the familiarity of it all, but also, like, if you're Kalen DeBoer, you probably need something that's not inexperienced. You probably need something that's a little bit more stable, because I'm not saying his seat's hot. Bama fans would say his seat's hot. And I think Austin Mack kind of is like, well, hey, look, he's not gonna make, the upside may not be there like it is with Keelan Russell, but he's still a great football player. He's still gonna make great plays. He's still gonna help your team. He's just not going to be as exciting to watch as Keelan Russell would be. But he might be better for you because he might not make so many of those errors. What do y'all think about that?
I think that this kid's the number 2 prospect.
I think that's also a massive part of it.
Yeah,
you gotta start getting him experience. Speaking of which, a number of quarterbacks with experience in this week's edition of College Football is in incredible shape, and college football is a complete dumpster fire. So I saw this on Instagram, BetMGM, of the 2026 earnings. You mentioned Darian Mensah making $6.5 million at Miami. And by the way, this is me saying this, like, for those that may be critical of NIL is making and keeping college football incredible, because Fernando Mendoza is making $10.4 million this year for the Raiders. Then the next 3 or 4 highest paid quarterbacks, rookie quarterbacks in the NFL, go as follows: Ty Simpson, $4.6 million; Carson Beck, $1.3; Drew Aller, $1.2; Cade Klubnik, $1.1; Mensah making $6.5 million; Dante Moore, $5 million. Same with Trinidad Chambliss. Sam Levitt at LSU is making $4.5 million, and Josh Hoover making $4 million a year. I'll tell you, 4 of those 5 quarterbacks would be on NFL rosters this year had it not be for NIL.
100%. And I think
most certainly true.
I think this class overall too, 2027.
This class is so, like, the quarterback classes. I think people just headline it with Arch Manning and Dante Moore and Trinidad Chambliss. But when you look into the depths of this class, guys, we're going to be talking about quarterbacks for the first 3 rounds.
I think CJ Carr should be the favorite to win Heisman.
Oh, okay. So, hold on. I like that, Eric Sarah. Save that for later on, 120. We're going to get into some Notre Dame discussion.
Throw up in my mouth.
That I bookmark that, everybody, for 120. Okay, that's going to be an interesting conversation between Kevin and Eric and I, because I have definitely pivoted one way on Notre Dame. And I bring that up in part to talk about what obviously has been a mess this week with the NCAA finally getting a win here on Friday morning, reversing the federal judge decision that opened the door for all athletes who started college in 2022 and played for 4 consecutive seasons to return for a 5th season. I think I have softened a bit in my the way I've talked about the NCAA over the course of the last month or two, because I feel like in some part this is not their fault, but it kind of is their fault. And that they have not been stronger in coming up and working with, dare I say it, lawmakers, because as much as we'd like to say, man, I wish we didn't have, like, Congress should say out of sports. No, they absolutely have to be in it. We have to have laws now. Otherwise, I mean, it's the reason why the NCAA is toothless, because you have all these injunctions and these lawsuits, and by letter
just
of the
coming
law,
up by the day, by the way.
Yeah.
Just coming up by the day.
By letter of the law, you have to let them do that. And now, until we have actual legislation that says, no, you can't do that, so we don't have these lawsuits and just move forward with it. And that's where, this decision by a Colorado federal district court judge brings us back basically for the time being to say, okay, no, once you're on a pro roster, you can't come back.
Thank God. I was getting sick and tired of this. I love college football, and I think that there's a certain degree where these guys that get hurt, these guys that obviously redshirt, like that's a thing. You're allowed to come back. The COVID year, we should be getting maybe through the last bits of that in the next year or two.
Yeah.
But you hit the and I can't remember who it was, but somebody made a really good point. We're talking about these NFL players, literally NFL players playing in preseason games, going back to college, but yet Tennessee guy, Arion Carter, is suspended for the first 2 games of the season because he got a $530 hotel room or plane service from his agent and paid it back, by the way, and went back to Tennessee. How are those different things? One of them actually put on an NFL uniform, and they're not being suspended as of right now.
And by the way, I hate this on the college basketball front, too. I talked about it during the course of the season last year. I don't care if Kentucky ends up benefiting for this or not. I am steadfast in saying that is wrong. You play on the G League team. You can't come back to college.
No.
What are we doing here?
You had your time.
Yeah. Make a decision. If you're going pro, you're pro. That's it.
Congrats. You were good enough to make it to the pro level. No matter if you're a first-round pick or you went undrafted, you showed your talents at the college level well enough that some NFL team was like, hey, we're going to take our chance on you. Congrats.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you need to go back to college.
Yeah, and look, is college adopting... I mean, we're basically in a pro model, right? I just talked about the NIL and what these quarterbacks are making. So, yes, it is somewhat, since we're paying for play and all that kind of stuff, it is somewhat pro. We all know what's right and what's not right. And what's right is when you leave college to turn pro, to go to that different league, no matter what it is, whether it be the G League or the NBA, or even, dare I say, it's a little bit murkier with the pro leagues over in Europe just because you can play pro at 13.
We still haven't figured that one out.
That's kind of a mess.
Playing pro.
But yeah, but if you are going to pursue professional in the United States, then there is no coming back. This isn't... I'm not reinventing the wheel here.
Look, I had a take earlier this week on our walk-on show with Jacob Ray, and pretty much we broke a rule in college sports some time ago with Brennan Sorsby, and everybody in the country agreed. This is a rule that is clear as black and white. You bet, you're done. You bet on your sport, you bet on your team, you're done. Right? There is no gray area. And then out of nowhere, this gray area appeared. And here we are yet again. You go to a professional team.
Because of our court system.
You go to play for professional sports, and then you come back. And now this gray area has appeared once again. I'm sticking true. You go, you put on that shield, you're done. You cannot come back.
So let's come to terms here. So you're saying it's the court system, right? So how much blame do you put on the players for taking advantage of that? Do you think it's...
You can't.
I mean, you can't.
Because look, they're trying to do what's in their best interest. I mean, look, if you're a player right now that if you're on, let's say you get cut, and you could be on a practice squad. You make decent money, but you could make more money in college with NIL.
Yeah.
Playing. I was just playing offensive line for the New York Jets. Now, I can go back and play for Ole Miss. Well, people at Ole Miss are going to pay for that. I can't totally blame the kid, for wanting to do what's in their best interest. There needs to be rules and guidelines set up, and unfortunately it actually needs to be laws because of right to work, all that all that kind of stuff.
By the way, the PCSA, the Protect College Sports Act, we'll resume on all those fun things in September. So
thankfully,
I'm sure nothing will come of it. But
jet fuel is coming up. What do we got?
We have a fast food fries ranking.
come on.
Your favorites
boy.
land right here on the Fan.
There are no participation trophies in the Dove
fresh for everyone.
Hear from your favorite Rangers each Tuesday afternoon at 3:20 with the G-Bag Nation. This is the place for Rangers coverage, right here on The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. That's the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Got some jet fuel coming up. 877-881-1053. Hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. Number of good texting earlier. Shout out Duncanville. Let's go Keelan. Keelan Russell being named Alabama's starter for the season under Kalen DeBoer. 214, she didn't mention my Texas State Bobcats either, who are at a big conference now.
I love Texas State. I have my eye on Texas State.
Okay.
If they're nothing, their offense is going to be electric. So, whoever that was, just know that Kevin is watching the Texas State Bobcats.
And mentioning our discussion with Leah Simakopoulos earlier from the Dallas Morning News, covers SMU. All right, Will Chambers, Eric Caceres, Kevin Walker here with you. We were just talking about the NIL and the situation with the district court in Colorado, this whole situation. The great Charles Robinson from Yahoo Sports with a tweet, and I think it's important to note, returning to play in college after signing with an NFL team would require a player to be released before making the 53-man roster and clear waivers and return all team agent money and have remaining eligibility and to reapply for the draft. So just to add some context to all that, it isn't.
I'm glad you added that.
Easy, but
I didn't think about that.
Yeah. So that's part of it. Let's head back into the Pimp Cup where the jettiest of the Jets has some jet fuel for us.
There you go, Captain. Topped off with the finest jet fuel in Prop Wash Junction.
What about this one? Butylated hydroxytoluene. A good rule of thumb is not to eat foods that share ingredients with jet fuel.
It is none other than Jet Nelson.
I have jet fuel in my blood.
That's right. Miles Teller got jet fuel in the blood, as do I. He said that after filming the Top Gun Maverick movie. Said he actually had the jet fuel in the bloodstream. So.
I still have not seen that movie yet.
Oh my God!
Oh no!
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the Top Gun movies.
It's the second craziest thing you said today.
One of the
on top of CJ Carr.
Oh, okay.
One of the greatest reboots in history.
So 877-881-1053 is the number. Text in if I'm going to make you hungry. I either apologize or you're welcome. So that's what we do here. We're going to talk some food here. I got the top 7 fast food fries. According to Sporked.com, they're a great website for everything food going on in the world. Welcome, Gavin, into your first jet fuel.
Sports? What was the name of the site?
Sporked.
Like a spork. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Your
my
fork and
mistake.
spoon combined into a spork.
Okay.
Love me some
Classic
sporks.
spork.
So they do the top 7 fast food fries. Let's start at the bottom, right? Work our way to the top. Number 7 is Wendy's. And I don't think I disagree. Normally pretty stale, pretty bland. Could use a bit more seasoning.
When it comes to the fast food fries, not a huge fan of the thicker ones.
Right. I like a thin,
Isolate
more.
Pull that.
I mean, you need a good crisp.
Are we going crisp?
You need some movement. You can't have like a too tough fry. Your fry needs to move a little bit.
Are we considering like salt too?
I was gonna say, are we going for the crisp, salt, little salt, chewy? Like, how do y'all prefer your fries before we dive further into this?
I mean,
I think this is important.
I think I'd probably go salt, crisp.
Okay.
Like in order right there.
Okay.
So I'm going to be higher on McDonald's fries, I think, because they're very salty. They're not healthy.
It's all dependent on the location.
So I'm actually very curious to see where McDonald's falls on this list. But Wendy's, dude, I can't tell you the last time I had a Wendy's fry. Or
also,
Wendy's in general.
If there's not one particular restaurant on this list, it's invalid.
That they just brought it back. I haven't had it since they brought it back, but I've had it in the past. They're like pub burger, Irish pub burger.
I've seen it. It's like the pretzel bun.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
It's good.
Worth a try. Worth a try. So Wendy's falling at the bottom, and I'm surprised. Well, there's a variation on this one. Number 6, Arby's, specifically the curly fries.
Wow.
It's hit or miss. It's hit or miss, but I would put it in the top 5.
I'd put in my top 3.
I mean, I haven't had Arby's in a
Curly
while,
fries.
but like, I'll go and get a bag of curly fries just
when
by themselves.
By themselves.
When I
right.
think of Arby's, I think of fries.
Yeah.
They're fun. They're crispy. They're delightful. I mean, I
well,
like
all right,
that.
so the 817 does bring up something here, too. I may not be a huge fan of their fries, but 817 saying Wendy's fries dipping it into your Frosty is awesome. That is
See,
accurate.
I've never tried it.
Accurate.
I got a weird thing where like my sweet and savory don't mix. I know I'm wrong, but I just have yet to change.
Doesn't Wendy's have a 4 for 4 for 4 or whatever? It's like the.
I think it's 5 for 5.
Oh, it's 5 for 5.
I think it's called a biggie bag
Sorry,
now.
I can't say 5 for 5 out of respect for Jaden
Oh,
Daniels.
sorry. Yep.
Did you just tee yourself up for that one?
No, I actually didn't do that intentionally, but when I realized that I was wrong, I
And then we
called
were
it.
like, no, we got to stay away from 5.
I caught an audible. All right.
Yeah.
People are very upset with Arby's being mentioned this early on.
I am in agreement with that.
The website's really just stating how Arby's overall is a mid institution. So their fries by default get dropped, but I just don't think that's fair. You're talking one of the best fries in the game.
Well, I'm hoping the rest of this
I buy
list
them
saves
frozen
us.
at the grocery store.
That's what I'm saying.
I bought a pack of Arby's fries. Frozen. We've all done it.
You won't catch me at Arby's unless I'm eating
682
fries.
curly fries are not a hit or miss. They are always a hit.
Agreed.
Always.
Cosign.
We're going to have to kind of skip number 5. They put Del Taco. No locations in Texas. I've never had it.
What? Del Taco?
Del Taco.
Fries?
I've never even heard of Del Taco.
It must be
Wait, really?
another part of the country.
You never heard of Del Taco?
That's where you get your free shavakadu.
Do they have them
That's
in
the one
Kentucky
thing
or
I know.
Texas, the two places I've lived?
Yeah.
Where do they have Del Taco? Or
I think
Chicago?
like Eastern, maybe East Coast.
Okay.
I'm surprised
yeah,
you've
we-
never heard of Del
They've got
Taco.
a chili cheddar fry, crispy golden crinkle cut fries is what they serve.
What is-
That's what the website says, the crinkle cut.
So
that's
the 469 said LSA burger fries are absolute best. You must try. I don't know what that is.
I've heard of them. Yeah, I've heard they're good.
Okay.
But that's not. This is fast food, right?
Yeah, it keeps it
so
fast
LSA
food.
is not fast food.
LSA is not fast? Okay.
So yeah, we'll kind of skip that one. Move on to number 4, Burger King. I mean, you're going classic.
I
they're
don't like
more
it.
crispy than your average fast food fry.
I don't like Burger King in general.
Yeah, that's the thing. I can't remember last time I was in a Burger King.
But over Arby's?
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
You know, back in the day, that was like the original chicken sandwich.
Right.
Like before Chick-fil-A was like a huge deal. And I mean, back in high school for me. So we're talking, 30 years ago.
Cue the dinosaur sounds.
Seriously. The chicken sandwich was the ooh-wee. And the Burger King's fries we always thought were like almost McDonald's, just not quite as good.
That's what the website says here. The distinct potato flavor. It says like that's what kind of makes you realize you're at Burger King. You're getting a fresh fry. I mean, fresh with the asterisk there.
Still don't. I mean, I don't even. I've never had it, and it's over Arby's. I'm literally. Still
and you're
mad.
a Burger King stan too, so.
Yeah.
No, I'm
and
not.
we also heard what happened to Fred. Fred literally, he said he almost died last time he was
true.
at Burger King.
We have to drop them from the list because of that.
I think we're officially protesting this.
I mean, I'm protesting this entire list so far.
Yeah, Arby's was too low, so.
I think we're officially under protest.
I'm unaware of that story.
Yeah, Fred said he had that, I want to say it was that new Whopper, what was it, Ultimate Whopper? And he said he had to pull over the car and regain his breath.
He told us this last week we were on the show, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He had to stop had to stop the Ranger, put it in park, and recover from his Burger King.
He's fine though. He's fine.
Oh, absolutely.
Jet, this is a good poll right here from the 940. Freddy's Steak Burgers is my favorite fries.
See, that's not on this list.
That's not a bad
But
take,
I've had
though.
those. I want to say it was 5 years ago.
I've never been to
just getting into
Freddy's.
high school, and we went to a Freddy's. Yeah, they have those steak fries.
They're good.
Oh man,
They're good,
If you
man.
get some gravy or something.
Yes.
with it, oh my.
Highly
goodness.
recommend. Jet knows ball.
Yep. So we'll move into number 3. This is your McDonald's.
Oh my, not
Okay.
number 1. Okay.
No, not
Still
number
top
1.
3. Still top 3 definitively.
Top 3.
Top 3 definitively. Yeah.
I mean, needs no introduction.
I have no idea who's won though. They better be in Texas.
You'll be surprised. I was surprised.
Yo,
but yeah, McDonald's.
Wada maybe?
Always hot. Still movement. That's what I like. I like a
They're
little
the same
movement
to
on
me.
my fry.
Whataburger and McDonald's fries are the same to me.
Nah.
Yeah, true. I could see that.
Yeah, they're similar. So I think I'm thinking if I guess is Whataburger in the top 3,
Whataburger's not on this list.
Now, 940 brings up a really good
I don't know where
point.
this website comes from.
940 brings up
national.
a really good point, by the way. Fred gets indigestion with every meal he eats, and he almost dies.
That's kind of true. Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a shot at Burger King. It just got his stomach wrong that day.
Just like
and that just kind of happens to Fred.
Forget
at
the fact that it almost killed him. Like, it's just his stomach.
So yeah, McDonald's at the 3. Nothing too crazy there. Now this one might be a cop-out by the list. They put Taco Bell's nacho fries on this list, which are delicious.
They are good,
but no doubt.
I mean, they're come on. You're putting them ahead of McDonald's and Arby's. I got
no comment.
But like, does this count in the same category as your average fast food fry?
Even Kevin's speechless over there. He's shaking his head.
I don't know.
Still made a potato, but you get the cheese dipping sauce. Like no other fries doing that.
I have issue with this because it's not a normal, natural fry. They did something to spice it up.
Exactly.
And so for that reason, I'm out.
Yeah, so we might move Taco Bell to the side. Amazing fry, but
Yeah,
we're talking straight tomato.
We should just make our own list at this point.
And that brings us to number 1. I think it got mentioned on this show already. Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
The waffle fry.
Waffle fries are good, but man, I tell you what, some people are coming in with the fire. Where is this? 316, 35 years ago, Hardee's fries. Cosign, absolutely. Somebody brought up Rally's too. McDonald's number 1, but I love Rally's fries. 817. Rally's fries were good.
Muya from the 469. Pretty much any burger place you go to is phenomenal. Hop Dotties.
Well, In-N-Out.
Fries.
In-N-Out's a very controversial fry.
I'm
Not if you get them animal style. Animal style, extra crispy.
I don't want to have to get my fries a certain way.
That was it. What Eric just said is the key. You got to get them extra crispy.
Extra crispy.
I will get those fries, and then if they're not crispy enough, I'll throw them in the air fryer. And then once they're crispy, they're incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's what you get with fresh cut fries.
Yeah.
You have to fry the crap out of them.
And that's why
they do cut them just straight off the potato.
That's why Wada is...
Everything else is lard.
That's why I prefer Wada over In-N-Out, because the fries just wipe them.
Yeah, I understand it.
Yeah, I'm sure if this list was more oriented to Texas, I mean, we'd get rid of Del Taco.
So
Whataburger would be here.
Real quick. No Wingstop on this list is absolutely crazy.
And Wingstop is national. You have to do the same thing, though. The reason why Wingstop's so good is because, and I don't know exactly what the sweet, if it's
I don't ever want to
brown
know.
sugar or
It's something.
Yeah, some
just keep
sugar
doing
of
it.
some sort is on there, and they're amazing.
Yeah.
But every time we get Wingstop and their fries are amazing, we put them in the oven for about 10 to 15 minutes.
And that's and I can see that, but there's no they deserve to be on the top.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
No doubt.
I'm gonna say that's an invalid list. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Jet.
this is a little invalid.
Not your fault.
We got Del Taco and no Whataburger.
This list is garbage.
It's garbage.
I appreciate the content, though.
This is
Jet.
a soggy fry. This is a soggy cold fry if it was a list.
They hit 2 out of the 7 that they named.
We started out with curly fries being at the bottom of the list.
Yeah,
What
you
are we
can't do that.
doing here? All right,
Well, I
there's
appreciate you, fellas.
Thank
Good
you,
stuff.
Jet.
Thank you, Jet.
G3PO will be taking over, who is definitely, I think at this point, the best nickname we have at the station. I almost had to pull the car over. I was laughing so hard when I heard Fred saying this. Well, he said it last week first in front of me, and then again earlier this week. So Gavin Moritz will be taking over, and we'll do so with the news at noon. Your latest headlines. That's next here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You
Faster. Not with Amazon Autos. With Amazon Autos, you can car shop from pretty much anywhere. What you see is what you pay, no surprises, no guesswork. So you can stay in chef mode. Even if dinner gets a little ambitious. Amazon Autos. Just add car to cart.
Visit Amazon.com/autos.
Dax Kirk's here for Best Buy Windows and Siding. Are you tired of pesky salesmen and their 3-hour estimates refusing to leave your home? In just 1 hour, our pros will measure and give you a detailed quote down to the penny. No hidden fees, no surprises, just honest advice and transparent pricing. Get 10 single-hung windows for $59.50 and 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit. Call 469-WINDOWS today or visit us online at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Game.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
At Alliance Hyundai, shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Visit us today at AllianceHyundai.net.
I'm Ben. As a licensed Kroger pharmacist, I'm committed to helping you choose the right vaccines for you and your family. Whether you have questions about the flu, RSV, or COVID vaccines, our team is ready to go above and beyond for you when it comes to providing personalized care and seasonal vaccine education. No appointment needed. At Kroger, we're here to look out for you. Restrictions and exclusions may apply. See site or pharmacy for details.
Hi, this is Eric Thomason with Blue Nail Roofing. Research reveals over 70% of attics are improperly ventilated. That costs you money through air conditioning maintenance, roof failures, and voided warranties. Making sure your intake, exhaust, and insulation systems are working together is a critical factor in overall home health and avoiding wasteful utility expense. That's why we created the Blue Nail Certified Attic Wellness Assessment. We inspect your attic from top to bottom, measuring insulation, evaluating ventilation and airflow, checking for moisture issues and excessive heat, then documenting everything we find. In many homes, relatively inexpensive improvements can make a significant difference in comfort and energy bills. Normally a $279 service, but for a limited time, it's just $49.99. The sooner you can identify these problems, the sooner you can stop wasting energy and start putting those dollars back in your own pocket. Call Blue Nail Roofing today or visit BlueNailRoofing.com. That's BlueNailRoofing.com.
Window hail, remember Blue Nail. Blue Nail Roofing.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to in car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Gavin. Okay, one of the, I think, really big things for me to come out of camp, I don't think has been talked about quite enough, as now camp is pretty much wrapping up, at least the California edition of it. Preseason game number 2 tonight in Arizona, taking on the Cardinals. Pre-game coverage starting right here on 105.3 The Fan at 6 o'clock with the Fan Phenom, Eric Caceres and Kevin Walker. I'm Will Chambers here. Kevin, I ask you first about what's interesting you tonight.
Nothing outside of the normal of what y'all were kind of talking about. The wide receiver battle is going to probably highlight the page for me. I want Camden Brown to make this roster. Jonathan Mingo, though, because they traded for him already, he's on that elevated pedestal. He also hasn't done. It's kind of like the Luke Schoonmaker conversation where he hasn't done anything to where he deserves to be kicked off the team or like not make the 53, I should say.
Improvement.
He's shown improvement, which, I mean, what is that saying? But the upside of Camden Brown and how, Dak Prescott is apparently, part of the Camden Brown fan club. That has to be taken into account, I believe, as well. So really just the wide receiver battle as far as if they're going to take that sixth wide receiver, who that's going to be. And who's the better backup? I mean, is it Joe Milton or is it going to be Sam Howell? I think they're both really good quarterbacks in the backup role. I think a lot of other teams would want one of those quarterbacks for their backup position. We always want to talk about Atlanta in this situation. I'm going to actually pose a question to y'all. Would y'all be willing to trade off of one of these quarterbacks with the history, health of Dak Prescott and the injury potential?
One of them, yeah, for sure.
I think that we talk about trades way too much. Trades. I mean, what are you going to get back for one of those guys?
I think Joe Milton, you can get some pretty good value.
What do you consider
like,
pretty good value?
I think you get a fifth for Joe Milton.
But is that worth it to you?
No.
I mean, if you get a fifth for Joe Milton, all right,
I could be totally wrong.
How about
maybe he gets a fifth. I don't know. But
what if you get like a fifth and like an offensive lineman?
I mean, you could call up Atlanta and be like, dude, we know you have nobody. You have to give us a third.
I don't think they do that.
I mean, do we need to carry 3 though?
You don't need to, but you could.
So if you were trading one, you want to get value, you trade Joe Milton.
I just, for the record, I would want to keep both because you never know what in-game, real-game situation's going to look like.
Yeah. I think it's more interesting to consider what you may get for Kevontae Turpin more than it would be for Joe Milton or Sam Howell.
I want to listen to that phone call.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's, just lighting up the phone bank for Milton or Howell. Could be wrong on that. Could be wrong. I don't know. But look, I mean, I think both quarterbacks show that we're pretty good. Yeah. I mean, for what they want, what we were saying earlier, that the scenario you want is actually the gentleman that I look up to my left just took a snap and handed the ball off, and that would be Cooper Rush with Atlanta. The situation a few years ago here where he went, I think 3-1, when Dak went down, something in that neighborhood, that you got a guy that can come in and keep what should be a very well-oiled machine coming off of last year and this year. And that leads me to one of the biggest questions I had in this offseason. I know so many of them have been around the defense, but was, okay, and we talked RJ Ochoa, we had him on months ago from Blogging the Boys, like, it's no guarantee that you're just plug and play with the offense and it's just going to be every bit as good as it was last year. There's no guarantee in that.
No.
And one of the reasons why you may have worry, it could be RB2, who we'll talk about in a second, but what does the offensive line truly look like? We have questions with Terrence Steele, but I think one of the things in the news coming out of camp about Tyler Guyton, that he's been able to get through this training camp healthy for the first time in his career, and how big that could be to be solidified at left tackle, and then that conversation just be done of being like Guyton at left tackle, Tyler Smith at left guard, and then we'll keep it moving from there. I think that's been kind of a really good sign for the Cowboys coming out of camp this year.
No, I agree, because one of the bigger question marks was the Tyler Guyton conversation, because all the talk was about, he's on the leadership council, so it would be weird if you put him on the leadership council and he wasn't a starter. So it kind of is one of those things where it's like, yeah, he's a leader, but he's got to work his way. Like, he's still got to battle for his position. And the murmurs were kind of like, yeah, it's his position to lose, though. It's not like a real battle as much as it's like, hey, we just need you to not essentially force us to give this position up, but it's yours if you can just compete and stay healthy. I think that this year, without an injury in the preseason, maybe we can get to see what we were hoping to see from last year, Tyler Guyton, before that injury happened. Though it wasn't as bad as we thought it was initially. It was still an injury that happened while he was getting confidence, while he was putting reps together, because before that, he had not had that many reps, even in college. So I think Tyler Guyton, I think he's got this spot solid. I think he's got it solidified. I think now I just want to see how he progresses.
Yeah, especially after how Nate Thomas played last week. I think it's something we would like to see, especially the offensive line consistently just, not getting pushed around, and the penalties, man. We had 11 penalties last week. Got to clean that up tonight.
That's preseason football.
But also, and again, something we have to consider, we're playing in CenturyLink Field, Like, that's a tough place to play. Defending Super Bowl champs, that crowd, and Isaiah Stanback mentioned this, that crowd drew a lot more fans than maybe they probably were expecting for a preseason game.
Nah, I think that's a fair point. But again, it's a preseason game. I think penalties are natural. I think penalties are going to happen just because you got guys that
if they're going to happen now too.
And that's another good point.
Clean up special teams.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Clean up special teams, please.
For Nick Sorensen's sake.
Come on now.
Trayshawn Holden doesn't have a job because of that, and now Von Miller's on the team. So
hey, special teams.
Clean it up.
I mean, hey, that's an element, too, of the whole Mingo.
You have to win on all three phases.
That discussion is, how much of an impact on special teams, is one of them.
I think whoever provides more on special teams will get that last spot. I really think that might be the tipping point.
Standouts at camp. Well, here, I'll ask this. Do you worry about the drops that we're still seeing from CD?
No.
Not at all.
Really?
No, I'm not worried.
No. And look, a lot of buzz is on Pickens too, right? Because he's still not signed, so he still feels that he has to prove himself, right? It's different once you get paid. How are you going to perform? Look, if Pickens is going to be the number one, I don't think that's a knock on CD. I think CD's still going to do his thing, and if Pickens is drawing all the attention and CD is getting wide receiver twos or cornerback twos, hey, I think that's a good problem to have. Like, I'm not worried about the big drops. I know some games last year he had some big drops. That Philly game, put a sour taste in our mouths in week 1. But, I mean, he got hurt. He came back. I thought the Lions game last year, he single-handedly kept us in it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Before he went down. So
it has me a little bit worried. I'm not going to lie. CeeDee Lamb is an incredible wide receiver. There's no question about it. But those moments, man, that was big against Philly. You're like, oh my God. And the worry is, when does that rear its ugly head?
Do y'all remember that clip from about a year or so ago? Right, it was a little bit after the Cowboys traded for GP3. They were at a softball tournament, and they interviewed CD and George Pickens together. And CD was like, "Look, you look at me, I'm a 1. You look at George Pickens, he's a 1. Like, we're both 1s. It doesn't matter if we're on the field together or not."
Yeah, I love that.
I resurfaced that clip resurfaced on my timeline yesterday. And I think that's something that we keep forgetting is like these guys are both 1s. We can say GP3 is better than CD. We can say CD is better than GP3.
Make an argument.
There's pros and cons
absolutely.
to each, but they're both 1s.
Yes.
They are both phenomenal athletes. I'm not worried about CD Lamb at all. He's a borderline top 5 wide receiver in the league.
Yeah.
And sometimes wide receivers have off days. And it just so happened to be against Philly. Now, you could make the argument, well, yeah, but you can't have your off days be against your literal rival.
Yeah. Will, you said you're worried. Like, you're worried to an extent of what?
Yeah, no, nothing. To extent of nothing. Just that it worries me.
Just
like what?
You're not pressing the panic button, but you're also like,
look, it's a thing.
Little
But like,
uneasy.
yeah, it's not like I'm even remotely considering. Well, if you're going to pay for 1, maybe you don't. No, not even going there.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
CeeDee Lamb in a Cowboys jersey for the duration.
Yeah.
I just want him to clean it up.
I think I'm more worried, like, not even a panic, but I think I would be more worried about maybe the regression of Jake Ferguson than CeeDee Lamb's drop.
Yeah, well, but Ferguson's been catching the ball down the field at camp.
I think Ferguson gets way too much negative rep for a tight end that has been solid. No, he's not Trey McBride, and he's not Brock Bowers. He's not like the top 5 tight end in the league, but he's also not like the bottom 10 either.
No, but you don't want him to be a top 5 tight end in the league
you can't
because you've
afford
got
it.
Pickens and CD.
Yeah.
But so I just want to take this moment because I feel like we just constantly hear, well, Jake Ferguson's not doing enough. Jake Ferguson's holding this team back. Jake Ferguson this, Jake Ferguson that. What is it that Jake Ferguson is doing that's so bad? He played last year, hyperextended his knee, came back relatively quickly, still put together a pretty decent season. It's not like we know him for dropping footballs. He just doesn't make a lot of yards after the catch. Well that's because that's also just set up with the play sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just run a hitch route, you stop, you make the catch, you get the first down. That's literally the job that was given to you. It wasn't a yak position for you.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm not here to hate on Jake Ferguson. I don't think he's a bad tight end. I think he's borderline top 10. My thing is like, look, when Dak Prescott comes out and says that this is going to be the goatee offense, the greatest offense there ever is, right? Then I'm expecting more from my tight end who in 2023 showed flashes of being pretty great. And
well, here, I appreciate where you're coming from with it.
What do you want more of?
Yeah, because I think that
he just feels more like a safety blanket now. You know, like, and
is that a bad thing to have a tight end as a safety blanket?
No, it's
you're
not
seeing
bad.
more teams going with 13 personnel too. You're going to have more tight ends out on the field. I think I get where you're coming from with it. Yeah, I mean, if he's more of a downfield threat, it just could be an absolute.
I mean, he
juggernaut.
had 600 yards last year. The only year that he had that was better was in 2023. He had 761 yards, but he still had 8 touchdowns last year.
Look, I think we've all talked about it for the last, several weeks and really this entire offseason that the Cowboys as a team will be much better off if they do not get the offensive production they got last year. Maybe outside of Javonte Williams, because you'd be actually running the football and playing more on offense with a lead than having to, catch up.
You need CeeDee Lamb and Javonte Williams to be your, other than Dak Prescott, obviously, to be your highest performing offensive players. Because those are the guys that you're already paying.
Yeah.
No question. Okay. I still feel the remnants have discussions among friends and people that I talk to about a Rick Six that happened months ago between Britney Spears' Toxic and Eminem's Lose Yourself.
That was one of my favorite ones.
Literally still gets brought up to this day to me, and we've got another Rick Six coming up. Where are we going?
Yeah, so we're going to stay along the category of NFL. I'm going to give you guys some NFL playoff teams, Keep 3 Cut 5 edition coming up here next on 105.3 The Fan.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, it's Brew, and between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
I like shorts that are pretty short.
What do kids want to wear back to school? We ask them.
I love wearing things that make me feel confident. They have to be really comfortable too. Yeah. Nike shoes, running shoes.
I think I wear my Birkenstocks every single day.
I just wear what I want and I let other people wear what they want.
Right now at Academy Sports and Outdoors, get an extra 30% off clearance clothes and shoes. See academy.com for details. Academy, fun can't lose.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Every year, the utility companies set aside millions of dollars to help DFW homeowners buy more efficient air conditioners. But it's first come, first serve, and now there's less than 50 of those $2,500 rebates left. And when they're gone, they're gone. So call us today to see if you qualify, because when you combine that with the current factory rebates, that's saving over $5,700 on a brand new system that can cut your electric bill in half. Don't just take our word for it. Call 2 other companies first, get their price, and then call Reliant Air Conditioning, because we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of, and our techs don't work on commission. Call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your free estimate online at ReliantAirConditioning.com and see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
The culinary event you've been waiting for is finally here. DFW Restaurant Week is back for our 30th year. Support the talented chefs, dedicated staff, and vibrant spirit of DFW's dining scene. Every reservation helps our local culinary community thrive. Don't miss out on these unforgettable meals. Reservations are essential and filling up fast. Visit DFWRestaurantWeek.com to view menus and secure your table. Cheers to 30 years and our partners, including Uber One and Market Street.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your home or business has roof damage, be sure to call Blue Nail Roofing for a free inspection. Blue Nail's trained and certified inspectors will find all the damage to your property, the damage that insurance adjusters and other roofing companies often miss. Finding and documenting all the damage can mean a larger payment for your insurance claim. Call Blue Nail Roofing today, 855-255-1975, 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Hi, it's Michaela at Boomer Jacks. Wish your dollar could go a little farther? Me too. Join us as we are throwing it back to $2 domestics and $3 Dos Equis every day until 2 a.m. Bring your +1 and we'll see you at Boomer Jacks.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Sometimes, even the toughest Texans need a hand. If you're having a mental health crisis, call or text 988 to reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, or to chat. Visit texas988.org. In Texas, you're not alone.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
The rental team at ASCO is ready to help you find the right equipment to do the job. Choose from daily, weekly, or long-term rental options to fit your project's needs. Buy it, rent it, support it. We're on it at ASCO Equipment. Visit ASCOEQ.com for your next equipment rental.
Working the phones, at the practices, and covering the biggest events, we call it the Fan Difference. The more you listen, the more you know when you turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
We got a Rick 6 coming up.
I'm feeling good right now.
All right. Will Chambers, Eric Caceres, the Fan Phenom, Khaki Kevin Walker here with you on a Saturday as we take you up to 3 o'clock today on a Cowboys game day, 6 o'clock pregame coverage ahead of Cowboys Cardinals. Send it over to Eric for a Rick 6.
Where's my music? Where's Living Color?
You're going to have to play it on your own now.
All right.
I'll play it to my phone.
Living Color, baby. In Living Color, while we try to get that back. Rick 6, another edition here. There it is. Oh, I love that guitar riff. Let's go, baby. So today we're going to be doing some Key 3, Cut 5. This is Khaki Kevin Walker's favorite game because last time he told me that I made him cut our boy Cooper Flagg here in Dallas on a Key 3 Cut 5 edition.
It was dirty work by you.
So
you knew what you were doing.
And you know what? We're going to keep on that list today, but we're going to be moving into the category today, Will Chambers, and I know you're ready for this one because we were talking about this earlier in the show. NFL playoff teams for 2026. So, are you going to keep them or are you going to cut it? I'm going to give you random teams so you don't know what's coming next. That's what's the beauty of it. We're going to start right off with a bang here. The team that made it to the Super Bowl, but a lot of questions still on Drake, the schedule may. The New England Patriots. What do you think? Keep 3, cut 5. Keeping them.
I'm keeping them.
Okay.
The schedule is a little rough early. The first month, I want to say. I could look that up real quick.
This is just teams that we are wanting to keep for playoff contention, not Super Bowl contention.
Yes.
Ooh.
At
Playoff
Seattle,
contention.
Pittsburgh, at Jacksonville, at Buffalo. That's a rough first month.
They play Kansas City, too. And they play the Chargers. I think they play the AFC West.
Yes, they do.
Okay, yeah.
Boy, that is a tough schedule. Damn. Seahawks, Steelers, Jaguars, Bills to start out. Then you get the Raiders and the Jets to kind of ease things there. Then you go to Chicago. Yikes, you got Green Bay, Detroit, and the Chargers on there. Okay.
I am cutting them.
You're cutting the Patriots.
I'm cutting them.
Okay.
I do believe a little bit in the whole
I'm actually cutting them.
Really?
I think as easy as their schedule was last year, I think they're getting the reverse effect this year.
Look, they're not going to win 14 games again.
No, and I
can tell you that.
love getting A.J. Brown. I think they're very well coached. I know this whole situation with Rossini, I don't think it's going to matter at all. I think that schedule is rough.
Did y'all see the meme where Mike Vrabel threw the flag? That was funny. Yeah. That was funny. The Rossini jokes.
Throwing her,
Yeah, they right.
Out of the cab.
Oh, yeah, I know. Will Chambers knows ball. Okay, next team up. We're going to stay in the AFC, a team that didn't make the playoffs last year. Baltimore Ravens. New head coach Jesse Mentors, Lamar Jackson healthy. Are they making the playoffs? Are you cutting?
Yes.
Only because Kyle Yeomans is their play-by-play guy, I will say yes, keeping them.
Shout out to him.
Yeah, I think that's just too good of a franchise. The problem was they had such an awful start last year.
They won't do it
Yeah,
again.
historically bad.
Yeah,
for their
like
defense.
I don't see that.
They started 1-4, and they had one of the worst secondaries to start the league, which is very uncharacteristic for
And
them.
after starting 1-4, they still turned it around and churned out a decent season.
Yes.
Like there was a little bit where I was like, "Holy crap!" Like the Ravens might, they might actually still have a chance.
Yeah.
And then they did.
I know a lot of questions with the new coaching staff, but look, Lamar's a 2-time MVP. That's I think that they'll make it in.
So far, y'all's lists are the same. Y'all are keeping Baltimore. You're cutting New England. Next team up. Got the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, this is easy. Easy peasy.
Yeah, they're going to be in the playoffs.
I got them cut.
Oh! Why?
Just... I mean, this team is literally falling apart as we are looking at it. It's literally falling apart. Jalen Hurts, they can't even trust him. Like the defense is going to be good. Like the defense will be fine. Vic Fangio is going to have that team going, but like the offense is not going to be great. Saquon Barkley is not going to churn out another 2,000-yard rushing season, which is exactly what they need him to do. And look, I love Devonta Smith, okay? He was a dog at Alabama. But I don't think he's going to be able to thrive as their wide receiver one the way that they're thinking he will. I think the A.J. Brown loss is a little bit larger than they're anticipating.
You know what I don't like is how people are trying to like definitively throw him into like top 10 conversations and say that he's going to make like this JSN wide receiver one leap when it's like, dude, you're in year 6 now? Year 5?
Yeah, I
it's
agree.
Like, if you didn't show that already, why would you show it now?
Also, Mekhi Lemon, I think, practiced for the first time ever like Thursday.
Yeah.
So
I just think that the hype train around the New York Giants has gotten like out of control.
Out of control.
No, for sure.
Washington, I'm just out. A couple weeks ago, I was thinking a little bit differently, but I'm not. Dan Quinn, you got the best that you were going to get from him 2 years ago, and so I'm not fans of the other two teams in the division, so I think Philly will still just end up. They'll win enough games to make it to the playoffs.
Okay, so you're keeping them, you're cutting them.
Yeah, I got them.
Kevin's cutting them. All right. Next team up, San Francisco 49ers. Hey, I mean, the electric substation.
Bye-bye.
Electric substation is kicking in for this one.
Yeah, I'm just not believing it.
Yep.
You can't just bring back Deebo Samuel and pretend he's the same guy he used to be. Ricky Pearsall,
Poor guy,
that
man.
loss, man. Like,
I know, and Mike Evans, at some point, it's going to stop, right?
we're going to look back and we're going to be like, man, that 49ers team, if they just had all of those guys at one time healthy, what a team that would have been.
Can't stay healthy, getting older.
Yeah, I mean, and I am excited to see, is it Stribling from Ole Miss?
He's a dog, dude.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I'm sad for Ricky Pearsall because Stribling's going to take his job.
No, I think that's going to be a good pickup for them. Okay, next team up, we got Fred's Kansas City Chiefs.
Somebody was saying that they hope we cut his Chiefs.
No.
It was Jay Gone and Terrell.
No.
Wanted me
I
to
can't
piss
do
off
it.
Fred.
I think, so I'm on record as saying I think Caleb Williams is going to win the MVP. My number 2 pick, I think Patrick Mahomes is going to go scorched earth. Scorched earth. I think it's being overblown, the Kenneth Walker pickup. I mean, I think he'll be fine. He'll be fine. But, like, transcending the offense to running the football, being a run, like, no. No. I think the loss of their quarterbacks
McDuffie and Jalen Watson, yeah.
Yeah, I think it really hurts them, but I just have this feeling that this team is too good. You're bringing back Eric Bieniemy, as the OC. They're back. Not back, but they're back in the playoffs.
Okay, so you're keeping them.
Yeah.
Okay, Kevin?
Struggling here, boys. Will, can we have a one-on-one conversation?
Sure.
Eric excluded. You cannot make any additions nor subtractions from your list. Yeah, keep those hands up and make sure he's gonna throw the Cowboys in there. And he's gonna try to get us for a loop there at the end. He's gonna give us one crap team. We've got 3 more teams left. That's where I'm struggling with this. I'll keep the Chiefs.
He's keeping the Chiefs.
I'll keep the Chiefs.
So now we have to cut everybody else.
Oh,
is this what's
you
happening?
have to cut everybody else.
You have to cut everybody else. He has one more. Or Yes, right?
I have one more.
You have one more. Because right now you have Ravens, Eagles, and Chiefs. Those are your 3 keys.
Yeah, but I don't know why they have to be exclusive. Okay.
That's the beauty of it.
By math. All right.
All right.
All right.
Now you get it.
Now
I just had to remove somebody in there.
All right. I think you'll be... All right. This was an interesting one because Will and I talked about this. Next team up, I had the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, this is so easy for me. This is an easy.
I mean, I think it's an easy cut for Will.
Easy cut, dude.
Yeah,
I didn't know about you.
I heard Will say that. I could not agree more. The Packers are so overrated. Love you to blanking on my past Texas wide receiver's name. God, Matthew something. Matthew Golden. Love Matthew Golden, right?
And I like Jordan Love, too.
Jordan Love's all right,
Yeah.
but no, I can't.
Yep.
Okay.
Same.
So you still have one more keep, and we got 2 more teams
I'm a good spot.
Okay. Next team up, Indianapolis Colts. They were the hottest team in the league last year until Daniel Jones got hurt.
All right, he's either going to give me a really good team that I'm forced to keep or a really bad team I'm forced to keep.
So you're cutting the Colts?
I'm cutting the Colts.
Okay. All right, so let's give you a quick update real quick. Will Chambers, your list, you are keeping Philly, you are keeping the Chiefs, and you're keeping the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
Khaki Kev.
I've got the Ravens, and I've got the Chiefs.
And then you've cut the Packers, the 49ers, the Patriots, and the Eagles.
Yes.
Okay. So your last team up, Kevin, you know me so well. It was the Dallas Cowboys.
I knew it. Props to you for not changing it mid-segment.
No, I wouldn't do that to you. I had it planned before.
All right. I would, then what I would do is I would cut KC and keep Dallas. That's what I would do. KC was the fringe team. I'll be honest here. One of my teams that I was going to cut if they brought him up, Seattle Seahawks.
I was wondering if he was going to bring up the Lions.
I thought about the Lions, but I ended up going with the Packers instead. Because the Packers is
Packers are just an easy cut for both of us. You just got unfortunate with that.
I didn't know that you felt the same way about the Packers that me and Will Chambers did.
I can't stand them.
I thought that would throw you off a little bit. But shout out to you for calling me out and being like, you know what, I need this one-on-one conversation. Is he going to give us the Cowboys? Is he not? You read my mind. You didn't mess up. Good job. That's another edition of Rick 6 for you.
All right. Love it. Great stuff, man. Boy, Fred is ticked off or he's listening in the Odyssey app down in San Marcos. Like, are you serious? Are you serious?
I kept them, Fred.
I kept them. They're going to be better. They'll win. I think they'll go 9-7, or I'm sorry, 9-8, 10-7. But that still might not get them in.
I mean, his team's the Houston Texans. You just didn't mention them.
Oh, well, best defense in the league.
Defense is so good, though. I mean, I could see that, too. That would have been a team I cut.
They're terrifying, that defense.
CJ Stroud's awful.
Will Anderson Jr. is
their defense is, like, probably the best in football, but
no,
also their
it's
quarterback
100% the best
is,
in
like... That report's not real, right? That he won 70. We'll talk about it later.
Okay. Who will be playing for the College Football Playoff National Title? That's as we open up Hour 4 next year on The Fan.
Too low means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's
been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
I'm Ben. As a licensed Kroger pharmacist, I'm committed to helping you choose the right vaccines for you and your family. Whether you have questions about the flu, RSV, or COVID vaccines, our team is ready to go above and beyond for you when it comes to providing personalized care and seasonal vaccine education. No appointment needed. At Kroger, we're here to look out for you. Restrictions and exclusions may apply. See site or pharmacy for details.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When you're planning your next job, options matter. Now in stock at Lowe's, get the roofing brands you trust, including GAF and Owens Corning, with more colors to choose from. Shingles and accessories are in stock and ready to go. And when you're on the clock, we help keep you on schedule. Order by 4 p.m. and get next day job site delivery on select items as early as 6:30 a.m. At Lowe's, we have your back on the job. Delivery Monday through Saturday in select zip codes, subject to availability.
The most anticipated culinary event of the year is back for our 30th year, DFW Restaurant Week. Every delicious meal makes a profound difference. Every reservation you make, every incredible dish you savor contributes directly to Lena Pope in the North Texas Food Bank. This isn't just an amazing dining experience. You're providing hope, happiness, and vital meals for our community. Make reservations at dfwrestaurantweek.com. That's dfwrestaurantweek.com. Dine out, do good. Cheers to 30 years and our partners including Uber One, McGuire Woods, and Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Hi, it's Michaela, and it's always game time at Boomer Jacks. Now, there are 2 more great reasons to love us. Enjoy $2 domestics and $3 Dos Equis each day until 2 a.m. Find your location in DFW at boomerjacks.com and raise your game.
It's a baseball weekend on 105.3 The Fan, presented by K-Post Roofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
All right, keep this bad boy moving on the final Saturday without college football. Here on 105.3 The Fan.
I could cry. Or like right there.
We're right there, guys. We are right there. Even though it's just week 2 of the preseason, we still feel like we've got months away. And I just say
we've actually got
like
less than
the
7 days.
Yeah.
College football starts on Thursday.
Thursday!
Let's go!
And 7 days until season 2 of Fan U.
That's right.
Returns.
With khaki Kevin Walker, myself, Will Chambers, Brendan Baxter, Jacob Ray. Will be occupying this time slot. Well, actually, 9 to 1.
We would just
first
be
couple
leaving
weeks.
this time slot.
We've got the fan phenom Eric Caceres here with us, and G3PO Gavin Moritz back in the Pimp Cup. All right, let's talk a little college football, shall we? I am Kev. As they say, you have opinions, and then sometimes more information. And maybe not information, but perspective from those that I respect a great deal in the college football world.
Yeah.
Have caused me to pivot with the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Pivot.
We talked about we kind of came up with our top 5 teams or top 10. You and Jacob on the Walk-Ons have on Crown Global Media, wherever you find your podcast. I highly recommend it. You gave your top 25, and you and I were in agreement, as with others, that the number 1 team in the country, I'm really stunned that the AP poll, or nobody else had Oregon outside of Joel Klatt. Who to me is the preeminent you know what?
Opinion. Actually, give me like 2 seconds, because I actually have the full list of AP voters and who voted for who. There was a handful that voted on the AP poll for Oregon at 1. Let's see here. Yeah, like a bit more than a handful.
Oh, yeah. Well, here, I'll tell you right now, 14. Ohio State had 40 first-place votes. Oregon had 14.
I guess you could also just do that.
Yeah.
It has it on ESPN, too. If you look it up, it'll have the first-place votes in parentheses.
Indiana had 8, even though they were ranked 6. So, I
really want to talk to the gentleman that put Miami at 2. And there's more than one, by the way.
One first place vote in there.
That's probably just the chalk from the national championship. It's like, oh, the runner up, put them at 2.
By the way, neither of the people who put Miami, or any of the people who put Miami at 2, none of them were affiliated at all with Miami.
Okay.
So.
Well, okay. So.
Either way.
I've moved Notre Dame up to number 2. And I'm sorry, I am going to buy CJ Carr now. I can't. When I'm listening to guys that play quarterback and that are analysts of the sport, like Jordan Rodgers, like Joel Klatt, like Brady Quinn, like Matt Leinart, all these guys, and how much they talk about CJ Carr, I felt like it wasn't that I wasn't necessarily believing the hype. It's that I felt like Bryce Underwood should get a little bit more hype than he's getting. And I could be proven wrong on that. But I know, Eric, you were saying earlier that you're on the Notre Dame bandwagon, and I'm going to have to say I am now too.
Well, I just think I feel like this is like, first of all, college football loves them. Like I feel like their schedule this year, and people.
Well, yeah, but even Paul Feinbaum, who does not jump on the Notre Dame bandwagon at all. He thinks that they're a top 2 team.
Yeah, so there was this text that I wanted to read. I'm trying to find it, but basically, I remember what it said. It was basically saying, how could you hype up Notre Dame when they play a bunch of cupcake people?
Yeah, they do. And now they do have SMU and BYU on the schedule.
They have BYU on the road. They have UNC, which again, UNC is going to be better this year.
Guys, Notre Dame is an entirely different league than BYU.
Yeah.
SMU.
Yeah.
But they also play Miami.
I agree.
I'll give them that. But it is a cupcake schedule.
I mean, it is, and I think that they're going to have at most one loss going into the college football playoff.
And that one loss could feature CJ Carr throwing 120 yards, 2 touchdowns and interception, and then the Heisman voters be like, well, that wasn't impressive.
Well, here's the thing. Last year, you had a great running back and a very good one in Jadarian Price, right?
Yes.
That's why I'm high on CJ Carr, because, the run game...
They're going to throw it more.
They're going to throw it more.
Yeah. I mean, you bring back Jordan Faison and Jaden Greathouse. You also brought in Mylan Graham from Ohio State and Quincy Porter. They got weapons. Not to mention, you have maybe the best cornerback in the country, maybe the best safety, and oh, by the way, they're returning 72% of their production from last year. That is best in the country. 77% on defense.
Yeah.
I feel like Notre Dame is going a little bit undervalued.
No. I mean, because I think the conversation we're having here is, are they 4-3 or 2? That's not undervalued in any way, shape, or form.
They're 5th, right? Or are they 6th?
No, they're 4th.
They're 4th. Okay.
Yeah, they're 4th because I had Notre Dame 4, Texas 5, and so did the poll. That's how I remember. They're not being undervalued. Any team in the top 5 can, for the most part, get mixed around, and everybody be like, okay, that's fine.
I was listening to Joel earlier this week on his podcast, and he was saying that he had Oregon 1, and then anywhere you could make an argument to him, any of the teams from 2 to 7, and slot them wherever, and he'd listen to it.
Yeah.
And I tend to agree with that.
Oregon's good, man. I really hope they win it this year. Their roster's loaded.
Just looking at my notes from CJ Carr, literally just nothing about CJ Carr just makes me want to get out of my chair and be like, God, that guy just made a play. Hell yeah, let's go. I wrote down Riley Leonard 2.0 at best. He makes plays to his wide receivers. He'll get the ball to his playmakers. He's a serviceable quarterback.
Is he no different than... How different is he from Julian Sand?
Oh, I see what you're doing. Look, Julian Sayin
from Ohio State.
Yes. Oh, yeah, we got to get better at that. Okay. Ohio State quarterback Julian Sayin, and in my opinion, I'm not saying he's a no-doubter for the Heisman or going to New York in general, but I think he's got better attributes. Last year was his true freshman season. I think he's going to build on that for sure. He's got better playmakers than C.J. Carr will have. But I think for Julian Sayin, I've seen him make those plays on the run. I've seen him kind of have those gritty moments where maybe the play broke down a little bit and he had to go make something happen. I didn't necessarily see a whole bunch of that from C.J. Carr. If he wants to go to New York, okay, he's got to have more than... I would love it if he had 3,000 passing yards. He had a little over 2,700 passing yards last year. I need more than that from him. I need about 2,900, 3,000 would be better. It's a second year at Notre Dame, so I'll give him that. Maybe he's got a little bit more continuity, a little bit more relationships. Like you said, they'll bring back a lot of players, and they brought in some transfers, so I'm assuming he's working well with that. He's not my top 5 quarterback. He's a bridge top 10. Notre Dame's great. I'm taking nothing away from... I love Notre Dame from a team standpoint. They have a great team. They have a great defense. Fantastic head coach. But I can't buy the C.J. Carr stock.
So you might like this then, because Notre Dame's quarterback C.J. Carr received a critique from an AFC assistant GM. This was according to Jordan Reed of ESPN. He talked to an AFC assistant general manager, and this is what he had to say about Carr. He said that he sees the field well. However, his processing ability will have to offset a perceived lack of physical gifts. To be so young, I love how well he sees the field. I don't think he has the physical gifts of some others in the group, but I can easily see him jumping all of them because of his processing ability. What do you think about that, Kev?
And that's fine. Like, he can see I agree. He sees the field well. He makes, like I said, he makes those plays. He makes the smart plays. But when the play breaks down, because look, when Notre Dame is playing this cupcake schedule, right, that isn't SMU, that isn't Miami, then they're not going to have to worry about that a whole lot. But when those plays break down and they get into the playoffs, that's when I think they're going to struggle the most, because they're going to be like, well, we don't have a difference maker at quarterback. When I think this conversation we're about to have in the college football playoff, 95% of the other teams are going to have difference makers at quarterback. I don't believe C.J. Carr is that guy. I don't believe he is that difference maker at quarterback.
That's the question I have right now with... I like Julian Sayin, and I think that Julian Sayin could be. But he has this aversion. This is what I was saying last year with Drew Aller before the season with Penn State and their... Andy Kotelnicki's offense. I'm like, are they going to push it down the field?
I love Drew Aller at Penn State, too.
And he did push it a little bit more down the field than he had been used to. Does Julian... Because Julian's got the receivers. I mean, he's got Jeremiah Smith. There, he got Chris Henry Jr., who's looking like an absolute beast.
Yeah, Carnell Tate.
Chuck it down the field. And he just didn't make enough big plays down the stretch.
The downside of Ohio State is Arthur Smith.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're on the Oregon over Ohio State train then?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm on the Indiana over Ohio State train, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, me and Will are lockstep Oregon 1, Indiana 2.
Hey, I mean, the 940 brings up a good point about Ohio State. I don't trust anything Ohio State when Ryan Day is calling plays. It's why they lost the playoffs last year.
I don't... Ryan Day's not calling plays.
Yeah. Arthur Smith is.
Which you can feel better or worse about that.
A lot of horizontal passing stuff.
Did Ryan Day call plays at all last year?
No.
And then Bo Jackson, their running back, who's good too.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, I think he'll have a better year.
The problem I have with Ohio State was twofold. 3, actually, with Arthur Smith in there. And then what I mentioned before on how not enough big plays. And they should have had the ability to just stretch the field and have a huge amount of big plays, and they did not in games in which they needed it. How much of that on Sayin? How much of that is on play call? I don't know. And then their schedule is, absolutely brutal.
Yeah, we just got done doing our Big Ten breakdown Jacob and I on the walk-ons, and you look at the Big Ten, and it's like everybody has a rough schedule. It's pretty much
but Ohio State has the hardest in the country.
Nobody gets out scot-free. Yeah, Ohio State has the hardest in the country because they also
all those games are on the road. They're on the road, except for Oregon at home, at Texas, at Iowa, at Indiana, at USC.
Yeah,
don't sleep on USC.
I'm taking a big fat nap on USC, by the way.
Okay, all right. I like Jordan Mailata.
No, nothing against Mailata. I think he's great.
It's the defense playing tough.
Yeah, nothing against the defense.
Yeah. We'll
Ohio
see.
State and Oregon too played in the what? They played in
8-1-7.
the Rose Bowl a couple years ago.
Can you guys clarify what exactly Julian is saying?
Good one.
Not as much. Not enough. Is where
I do want to see more from Julian Sayin, but he is better than CJ Carr.
See, I don't know. I have been talked into it. I've been talked into it.
But here's the deal, I will see your point, and I will see your similarities in this way. I don't think of Julian Sayin as an athletic quarterback the same way I think of CJ Carr as a not athletic quarterback either. So it really is just who's going to do the most and be a difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen that from Sayin. I can't say I've seen the same from Carr. And I don't think he'll have the opportunity to show that other than a couple of times in the regular season anyway.
One last question here, because we've been doing this over the course of the last several weeks. We both big on Oregon, big on Indiana. Just brought up Notre Dame. We've talked Miami. My lying in the weeds type. It wouldn't shock everybody, but having LSU in the title game, all that kind of stuff. Are we sleeping on Georgia?
Can't discount the champs. You just can't.
I don't think we are. Just because the Big Ten has proved to be the best conference over the last 3 years, and
have they? Okay.
Where's Georgia on the poll?
Against SEC opponents, they have.
Yeah, but nobody's really talking about them as a national title team. I think, again, we look at the Big Ten and be like, well, they've won the last 3 national titles. Absolutely right. But Michigan was not very good the last 2 years. So it's not like you're considering, this great, because Michigan has a title. Well, they're a part of it. My contention has always been, and I do believe the Big Ten is a better conference this year, and that you'd have to say it's a better conference. My only pushback on that every year is that the bottom of the SEC would absolutely trash the bottom of the Big Ten. Trash them.
I do agree.
Yeah.
I do agree.
More consistency.
I agree. I think that the level of competition is higher in the SEC, but the top level talent of the Big Ten weighs it out, I think, heavier.
And I think this is the deepest year the Big Ten that we've had.
Oh, for sure.
Without a question.
Far.
So my whole point there with Michigan hasn't been very good the last 2 years, so you can't consider them being as deep, even though 3 years ago they won the title. Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana, okay? Then you go to teams I talked about that are ones that could get back to the type of form that they were, years ago. Michigan and Washington in that. You're sleeping on USC. I am not. So right there, we're talking about what I mentioned, 6 teams. That is super, super strong. You're not going 6 teams deep that can literally make it to the college football playoff, in my estimation, to that degree in the SEC. Because I think in the SEC, all right, Georgia, Texas, duh. LSU, I think so.
Yeah, A&M too.
No, see, I don't know about A&M.
Oh.
I don't know about A&M. I put them in the Alabama thing. I think I like A&M more than I like Alabama, but Marcel Reed needs to be.
I agree with that.
I think their team is just better.
I just think we're a better team than Bama.
I just think their team is so good that Marcel Reed's he's a non-factor anyway.
Dude, I think Bama's going to lose 4 games this year.
Oh, that will be crazy.
Look, so the games I'm looking at, they think they'll lose. They're going to lose to Georgia. They're going to lose to Tennessee. They're going to lose to A&M, and they're going to lose to LSU. And if they don't lose, let's say they beat A&M. Let's say I'm not biased, right? I still think they lose to at LSU, they lose at Tennessee, and then they lose at home against Georgia.
Oh, they could beat Tennessee.
They could beat Tennessee.
They've got a lot more 50-50 games. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
We can't consider Alabama like no doubter wins in the SEC anymore.
I would trust the Aggies a little bit more, though.
So A&M, Oklahoma, and Alabama are the teams I'm going to be like,
fringe.
I'm going to need to see it.
Yeah,
I'm going to need to see it.
I think that's fair.
There's a lot of people out there that are, I've been hearing this everywhere. Well, Mateer, if his hand didn't get hurt, I'm like, man, there was some shaky. He looked great. What, against Michigan?
Yeah, Michigan. He was a gritty football player, but
he had some problems before the
hand injury. He had 6 touchdowns, 3 interceptions against not great opponents.
They've got to run the ball. Everybody knows that they've got to run the ball better. Their defense under Brett Venables is going to be what you think.
Massive extension, 6 years. Yeah.
Were you surprised by that? I was a little bit surprised.
I was a little surprised by that.
I'm like, okay. How do you feel about that, Boomer Sooners? You jacked about that?
As a Texas fan, I'm pumped. Y'all
That's
can
what a lot of Texas fans are saying.
Y'all can just keep retooling that defense and allowing us to score touchdowns.
So Kev, you had me curious. I looked it up. So Ryan Day did call plays for Ohio State against Miami in that playoff game.
Oh,
they lost 24-14. So.
I can't remember those circumstances.
That was the one game he called the play.
But he's not majority.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's because what's his name took a job. The old wide receivers coach. He was their OC last year.
I got Brian Hartline.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. My memory failed me there a little bit.
South Florida.
All right, let's update you as to what's happening at the moment. We are back on the field in Cleveland last night and today in the NFL. That's next here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Dax Kirk's, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding, here to tell you don't be fooled into overpaying for those fancy window brands. At Best Buy Windows and Siding, we use the same high-quality windows as those other expensive brands for a fraction of the price. Get 10 custom single-hung windows for $59.50 and 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit. Save money on energy without tapping into your kid's college fund. Call 469-WINDOWS for a free quote or visit us at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding. T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel, and yeah, we dominate the truck game. Lifted trucks, blacked out beasts, the works. But don't let the name fool you. At East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars, we've got way more than trucks. Luxury sedans, sports cars, SUVs, even daily drivers. If it's clean and something I put my name on, it's on our lot. We make it easy to buy with fast, honest financing and no hidden fees. You can be in and out in under an hour. Check us out at eastdallasdiesel.com or eastdallasmotorcars.com, where custom comes standard no matter what you drive.
Las Vegas was built for stars. And on August 22nd, 2 of boxing's biggest take center stage. Rolly Romero never follows the script.
This is my game.
Teofimo Lopez has never needed one.
This guy's got a big mouth.
For years, they've had plenty to say.
All you do is talk.
But with World Championship gold on the line, can they back it?
Teo, I'm here. I'm going all in.
It's time to put up or shut up. Rolly Romero versus Teofimo Lopez. August 22nd.
I'll shut you up.
Watch on DAZN and DAZN on Prime Video.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000 guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey NFL fans, Netflix has can't miss action this season, starting with the league's first ever regular season game in Australia, as the Rams take on the 49ers live from Melbourne. Then stick around for Netflix's first ever Thanksgiving Eve matchup, a Christmas Day doubleheader, and a Week 18 finale. It's a massive season of NFL action. Watch Rams versus 49ers Thursday, September 10th at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, live on Netflix.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Each division is on the line, and the pennant chases are as tight as ever before. Follow every pitch and watch the market move inning by inning. One swing could be the difference between yes and no to a win. Double up your investments with a triple from your favorite big leaguer. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Trade the home run, the strikeout, and the game, all on Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code TOLO to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to in car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Absolutely flawless, G3PO. 3PO. Prio. Say flawless, and then I do not come in flawless. That's for sure. Will Chambers alongside the fan phenom, Eric Caceres and khaki Kevin Walker here on a Saturday afternoon on 105.3 The Fan, ahead of pregame coverage starting at 6 o'clock today. Preseason game number 2, Cowboys and Cardinals, live tonight from Glendale. We're going to have some best bookmarks coming up at 1:40. Brought to you by the khakkiest of the khakis. Shedeur Sanders is taking the field finally. There was a weather delay, some lightning in Cleveland. They had come back on. Buffalo had gotten the ball first, drove down the field, scored. Shedeur Sanders now on the field with his team, driving it down the field. His second completion of the day. He's looking all right so far.
Moving the sticks.
Do y'all want to guess who's the quarterback right now for the Bills?
I already know.
Is it?
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no.
He played at Texas A&M.
I forgot Trubisky's not there anymore.
Right? Yeah, it's for Kyle Allen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Kyle Allen is playing right now.
Yeah.
The Buffalo Bills. Good for him.
Jeremy Fowler on ESPN a little bit earlier today. Browns head coach Todd Monken will huddle with his staff Sunday, tomorrow, to assess the body of work from Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. The decision could come as early as Monday, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, that Brian brought us, the boys in G-Bag Nation yesterday, were saying a lot of the, position battles. Decisions could be made, by tonight in preseason game number 2 for the Cowboys. So looks like one coming down for the Cleveland Browns.
All the more reason to tune in to the pregame starting at 6 o'clock.
There you go. We did a little bit earlier in a Rick 6. What was it? Cut and keep
3, cut 5.
And I wrote down some teams that I was like, man, I could see them not making the playoffs. And sometimes I guess we can all be beholden to the predictions that we've already made. And since one of my bold predictions in the offseason was that New Orleans was going to win the NFC South, had Carolina out.
I don't think that's bold.
No. Well, okay. Look, you take it with a grain of salt, but still, Bryce Young looked pretty good last night.
I like Carolina a little bit more.
I'm worried now. I think their defense is going to be good. I mean, because they picked up Devin Lloyd. They paid him a lot of money. They got Jalen Phillips from Miami or Philly after Miami. Nick Scorton was a big loss, but they got Derek Brown, who's one of the best interior linemen. They got J.C. Horn and Mike Jackson up there in the secondary. I like Carolina's defense a lot, and I think their offense showed improvement last year, especially in that playoff game. They pushed the Rams to the absolute limit.
I mean, Tyrell McMillan
he's a dog.
He's a dog.
NFC Offensive Rookie of the Year last year. So I just think they're going to regress a little bit, and I like New Orleans a lot. I think New Orleans, now I'm not worried too much about Jordan Tyson going down because I think Chris Olave proved himself last year.
I mean, I am as a Jordan Tyson fantasy owner.
Oh, well, I mean, that's your fault for drafting so early.
Look, it was either between Jordan Tyson or Mekhi Lemon, so...
Oh, so you were in a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, Cardinal Tate was already off the board.
But they got Travis Achan. That's how you say his last name, apparently, now. But...
Yeah.
I think the Saints are going to be good. Like,
they're my pick, at least.
I think the Saints...
They play really well the last month of the season.
I think it's between the Saints and the Panthers.
And they also swept the Panthers last year, too. Keep that in mind.
What kind of world are we living in where people are changing how to pronounce their own names? Or was it we just had it wrong?
We just had it wrong.
Okay.
But why did he never correct anybody? I mean, he's been in the league since 2021.
Yeah.
I think, I want to say because when he got to New Orleans, he was like, new fresh place, fresh me. Like, I just want to go ahead and let y'all know this is how it's supposed to be said.
I want to let you know that my last name is the exact pronunciation of another running back that's top in the league and rushing.
My name's actually Welker. Y'all have all been saying it wrong forever, including me. I've always said
Welker.
It wrong.
All right.
Welker.
The conversation is going to get interesting. Now, Shedeur Sanders has a lot more football to play in this game. Only less than 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. He'll have the entirety of the second quarter as well. But he looked good on that first drive, and he went 4 of 4 and finished it off with a touchdown pass.
43 yards.
7, yeah. Pretty good. 4 of 4, 43 yards and a touchdown that went to Luke Floria.
Right over the middle, right there. Boom, wide open. Nice. Tom Munkin looking hype.
Now, what week are we seeing Cade Klubnik coming in to play quarterback for the New York Jets?
Let me pull up that schedule.
I don't know if they're going to win a lot of... I mean, they're not going to win a lot of games.
I know.
I was going to say, you don't know if they're going to win? I'll tell you, they're not going to
win a lot of games.
So to that point...
there was a guy on ESPN who had them winning 9. He was a Jets fan. But
yeah.
That was a little crazy.
Shocker.
Look, I think Geno will give you... I think, you know what? I think we'll give it till week 5. That's my prediction, Will Chambers.
Oh, at the Browns or against the Browns?
Dude, the Browns defense is good.
But that's what week 5 is for them.
Yeah. So I think
it's a home game. I could see it. I think most people want to start their quarterback.
I will say like that could be Geno's last game is what I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying okay.
Yeah. I give it till
and by the way,
5.
Geno looked good last night.
7 for 7, right?
Yeah, 7 of 7, 65 yards and a touchdown. So, he looked good, but I just have to wonder, like, you could chalk this up to something that I definitely did not see coming, and that's if this is preseason, right? I mean,
he could completely blow it here on out.
We had no idea. Because coming into last night, we were all like, oh my, did you see Drew Aller?
Oh, no, I am. I am president of the Drew Aller fan club.
11-23 last night.
Sitting on my taxi squad looking nice and pretty for the future.
11-23 last night. Did have 110 yards, but
he's got to
not
change
quite
that
as
number.
good.
He's got to change that number. I don't like 16.
What?
I am fan
Joe
of,
Montana's number.
I don't like the number 16.
Why don't you like 16?
I mean, I think 15 looks better. I mean,
no, you have to have a reason. You don't just say that and not have a reason.
It just does. It's not a good number. What's the reason I need to give?
I know what the reason.
It just looks weird.
I know the reason is. It's okay.
What is it?
Go ahead and say it. Arch Manning.
Oh, Arch. Okay.
Hey, you know what's funny? My favorite number is 18, and you know who wears number 18?
Peyton Manning did.
Okay,
I'm not biased, is what I'm telling you. I'm not biased.
I don't hate the number 10 because Marcel Reed
Who
wears
is it? There's a college quarterback that wears like 89 or something, isn't it?
I think it's 47. Are you talking about Bear Bachmeier from BYU?
Yeah.
I love that he stuck with it too.
That's the worst.
There's some numbers
47.
He's got a whole fullback number.
My age.
Well, there's just some numbers that look good and then don't look good. Like 17, I think looks good. I don't know. 16 for some reason just looks weird.
I disagree. I think of 16 as a quarterback's number.
It's a quarterback's number, but it doesn't mean it look good.
No, I think it looks great.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. We did cut and keep, and the Denver Broncos were not in there. We saw Bo Nix in action last night, Packers and Broncos. 6 of 9, 76 yards and a touchdown pass. Are the Broncos a team that you would cut or keep?
I would keep
in
them.
the AFC playoffs.
I would definitely keep them. They're my pick to repeat and win the AFC West again. I really like this team. You added addition of Jalen Waddle. Cortland Sutton's already a good deep
the
ball
Jalen
receiver.
Waddle thing, I believe, is huge.
It's huge. I mean, we saw the connection last night too. He had a big play. I think it was like 40 yards.
35.
35. Yep. Okay, 35 yards. Look, Bo Nix is a guy, he's not afraid to air it out if he needs to. And this is a guy that I criticized in college because I thought he was a check down merchant, but obviously I'm not a ball knower because he came into the NFL and proved me wrong at pick number 12. So, yeah, shout out to Bo Nix. I like the defense a lot. Nick Bonito, Zach Allen, Dre Greenlaw. I mean, when they picked him up, I thought that was a big one. So I like the Broncos a lot, and they're definitely going to be a playoff team this year.
Yeah, I got them as a playoff team for sure.
Yeah. It was one that I was like, regression candidate? No, I do love that Jalen Waddle side. And then when you have Sean Payton, and I'm not going to say I disagree with you. I wasn't high on Knicks, coming in. I thought...
Many weren't.
But I think there's something to be said in the NFL for the amount of experience, and we talked about this earlier on how the NIL is making college football much better in the sense that you got a lot of these guys that are staying.
They're older, more experienced.
And getting more and more starts. I mean, Bo Nix coming out of Auburn, you're like, no.
Yeah, jury was out.
Then he goes, Drew Lanning and Will Stein, you're like, that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. Now, I didn't know, but the fact that we knew right after he was drafted that Sean Payton was banging on the table, and they're like, this is the guy we have to get. Well, he knows what he's doing. So, yeah, I thought that was a huge signing for them.
The only question mark I have with Denver is their run game because, J.K. Dobbins has injury history. R.J. Harvey.
I've got no questions.
But now they pick up Jonah Coleman from Washington, and I think he could be RB1 by midseason for them.
R.J. Harvey's great, though. I think the only thing is he's just a little undersized.
I like him better as like a third down, secondary.
They could be a really good running back duo.
Absolutely.
I'll give you that, but I have no questions. I wish we had R.J. Harvey as our run back too.
Oh, I would take it any day of the week. Any day of the week. And that offensive line too.
Yeah, no, I have no questions. I think, they're a well-rounded squad for sure.
All right, let's look around the league right now. You also have the Vikings and the Ravens. They're tied at 3 at the half. J.J. McCarthy, 5 of 10 for 81 yards. That's his line today. Did not see any from Kyler Murray. Best bookmarks from Khaki Kevin Walker next year on The Fan.
Hi, it's Michaela to tell you at Boomer Jacks, now it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, we think you deserve a break. 2 means $2 domestic drafts every day until 2 a.m. And 3 is for $3 Dos Equis days because 2 is always better than 1.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, luxury is found in every detail of your experience. It's transparent pricing with no dealer addendums. It's a family-owned legacy serving North Texas for over 100 years. And it's the confidence that comes from knowing you're taken care of every step of the way. Because our vehicles are built to inspire what's next. And our dealership experience is built around you. Discover Genesis of Plano. Discover luxury on your terms at genesisofplano.com.
Relax and let Kroger Delivery handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items. Then carefully pack your order in our refrigerated trucks. And our cool trucks keep your food fresh right to your door. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Delivery. And right now, you can save $20 on your first delivery order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Get ready to rent. Comedy sensation Matt Rife is bringing his Stay Golden World Tour to the Choctaw Grand Theater for 2 unforgettable nights, September 25th and 26th. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. and the laughs start at 8 p.m. Don't miss your chance to see Matt Rife live at Choctaw Casinos Durant. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com. Matt Rife. 2 nights, endless laughs. Be there.
Hey, it's Brew, and between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
At Alliance Hyundai, shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Plus, you don't need an appointment for service. Visit us today at alliancehyundai.net.
Get ready, DFW. The most anticipated culinary event of the year is here. DFW Restaurant Week. Imagine savoring exquisite flavors, indulging in multi-course masterpieces, and experience the best dining adventure of your life, all while supporting our incredible local restaurants. Don't miss out. Visit DFWRestaurantWeek.com today for menus and reservations. That's DFWRestaurantWeek.com. Book now before it's too late. Cheers to 30 years and our partners, including Uber One, Open Table, and Pinfolds, the official wine of DFW Restaurant Week.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if the thing you're listening to right now never got interrupted? What if it could play uninterrupted from room to room on Sonos? What if you start with 2 Sonos speakers just to see how it feels? What if you really like how it feels and you become a Sonos person who can't stop saying to their friends, what if you start with 2 Sonos speakers just to see how it feels? Because it's not magic. but it's not magic.
I'm Pete Thompson with a Consumer Team alert. Many weather forecasters now say the heat wave will continue into the fall. If your air conditioner is not working properly, get relief today. Call the On-Time Experts. They'll come to your home same day. Get your home cool again and give you a stay cool guarantee. Go to theontimeexperts.com now and click the Book Now button. That's theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the exclusive choice of the Consumer Team.
Welcome to Verizon Small Business Days as a business expert meets Patty of Patty's Diner. They're looking through Patty's tech and plans, and Patty scores great deals on business internet and OneTalk, plus a free 5G phone. Score a meeting with a Verizon business expert August 17th to the 30th. Call 1-800-483-4428 or go to verizon.com/SMB days. Available for select 5G phones. New line device payment agreement and My Biz plan with $5 a month add-on spending required. Applicable credit applied to account over agreement term up to 36 months. Terms apply. Offer ends 8/30/2026.
Hey, if you're listening for the first time, welcome. You'll hear the term Tolo, which means turn it on, leave it on, leave it on, leave it on. And to those die-hard Tolos, you are amazing. Together, we are doing what they said couldn't be done. DFW's #1 sports station is 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
So thank you, Gavin. The touchdown drive for Shedeur Sanders included a 4th down conversion. And that touchdown pass on 3rd down, he went 4 for 4. He is now in action on his 2nd drive of the day for Cleveland.
They got back on the field quick.
Show the watch. Oh, yeah, they sacked Kyle Allen and got the ball back pretty quickly.
It looks like a 3 and out for the Browns with khaki Kevin Walker and the fan phenom Eric Caceres. Will Chambers here with you. Also some news to share with you. The Seattle Seahawks. We talked about them a little bit earlier because I knew that was pretty hot take coming from me that I think that they could miss the playoffs. They lost Jake Bobo, wide receiver, for the season. Knee injury, suffered in the joint practice with the Titans on Friday. So anyway, that's a bookmark for me. Now let's get to our best bookmarks.
All right, so best bookmarks. There's no intro. There's nothing to worry about here. All right, this is an easy listen. This could go every which direction. It's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. And you can text in 877-881-1053 what maybe something you bookmarked over the week. And it's simple. Twitter, Instagram, any kind of social media, Reddit, you bookmarked it, you screenshot it, save that for later. I'm going to bring that up on a conversation with my friends later, but now is not the time. Now is that time. So let's start with movies, because who doesn't love movies? Will Chambers, if you remember a couple weeks ago, I informed you that they were making a movie about How to Catch a Predator with Chris Hansen.
Yeah.
Have you Have you seen the latest developments?
Yes,
for this?
I have. You see how that sounds, Kevin? You see how that sounds?
So Chris Hansen, has turned away from the screening of the primetime biopic and refused to sign an NDA. TMZ reports Chris Hansen was turned away from a screening of the new movie that's all about him, and while he says he didn't want to, quote, sign away his rights, he actually refused to sign a standard NDA. So I don't think that's going to derail this movie. I think this movie's definitely going to happen, but I think it makes it a little bit more interesting.
When it comes to stuff like this, to me, it makes it less interesting.
Okay.
Hearing that he would be on board for it and helping out with, accuracy on a lot of stuff, and they're going to dramatize every movie, even ones that bring in people that it's about, still dramatize elements of it. I don't know. It just doesn't sound like I can trust any bit of this movie is anything that truly happened. So I just kind of, at that point, it loses a little luster for me.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, well, how about this? And I just got this about 50 minutes ago.
Okay.
National Treasure 3.
Works?
Is happening.
Oh, you know what? That deserves a bell.
And Nicolas Cage will come back.
Of course, you can't do it without having Nick.
I like the first two, so I approve of that.
I don't know if I saw the second one.
The second one, they were like on Mount Rushmore, and
I think I've only seen the first one. I saw it like in class or something one time. How about this
Might
one?
have to revisit that. Actually,
let's stay in sports just for a second. Ketel Marte causing a little bit of issues with the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, we get any more clarity on?
Well, he was spotted at a casino last night.
Oh. So I heard that the night before he didn't show up to whatever said game on the road, I forget where they were, that he was spotted in the hotel bar. Like he was at the hotel.
Well, last night he was spotted gambling at a casino after the Diamondbacks put him on the IL with a quote-unquote knee injury. Mind you, the Diamondbacks are one game out of the wild card spot.
Yeah, it was interesting because their manager was saying, he didn't know. He just didn't show up.
Yeah.
Didn't show up to work.
Yeah. Just acted completely clueless to the whole situation. It was weird. But yeah, so he's out there gambling. So.
Okay. There's going to be more on something is not.
They should have traded him when they had a chance. Because now he's damaged goods. I mean, somebody will
something
take him.
off is
far gone.
Something is definitely happening right now. We'll do a little tiny slash of Khakis Kicks here. We got some clothing and sneaker talk here. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson officially ended his partnership with Under Armour.
Okay.
Or will be looking to. Now, will he sign with another brand? I don't know. I don't know if The Rock's collabs were really selling off the shelves like that, but either way, that one's done. That one's gone. Air Jordan is going to be coming out with a Jackie Robinson inspired Air Jordan 4 April 15th, 2027.
Okay.
I'm looking these up right now.
So so picture the Jordan 4. It's a mainly all white sneaker. Some of the bottom is blue. It looks so cool.
It looks sick. There you go, Will.
So it's got white with blue hints on it. So the tongue pieces are
I
blue.
love that, baby.
And then it's got, on the left-hand shoe, it's got the Nike Air. And then on the right-hand shoe, it's got his, of course, iconic 42. These are sick. Obviously, what it resembles is awesome, but they absolutely knocked it out of the park.
Those are my colors, baby.
These look really, really nice.
Air Jordan 4 OG, Jackie Robinson.
So April 15, 2027, exactly 80 years after Robinson broke MLB's color barrier.
Come on.
Heck yeah, man.
So if you want, keep a lookout for that.
A sucker for that color scheme.
I mean, I did not do it justice. If you can, Tolos, go and look it up. It looks absolutely insane. It's a really good color. Speaking of color combinations, did y'all see Texas Tech came out with a new jersey, new uniform?
In basketball or
no football?
Yeah, football is the one where they have like 8 to 12 versions.
I think I did see Jacob Ray posting something.
So they have, so it's an all black accented with red numbers. They've got some red striping on the shoulder pads. Now the controversial part here is they've got Mahomes' name on the helmet. What? And some people are a little upset about that because even though his brand Gladiator, which is an Adidas collab thing, is on the jersey, they're like, why is his name on the helmet?
Yeah, that's dumb. By the way, those uniforms are sick. But Mahomes, it's not like Jordan has his name. It's just his,
his logo. You've got your logo. You don't need your name too. We understand what we're doing here.
Or what if they had put a signature? Would that have been any better?
It's in a signature. What do you mean by that? If it was in a font signature?
Yeah, exactly.
It's in its own kind of style font. It's just, it looks weird.
Yeah.
It's it looks like you're playing for the Mahomes.
Yeah.
And not Texas Tech.
Yeah. No, I don't like it.
I like the jerseys, but yeah, I'm
not crazy about them. Also, this hot take by, I'm going to give them some proper credit. Next Round Live on Instagram said that if a football team has an all-black jersey or an all-black uniform, they typically, they probably suck.
Yeah, but, so many teams. Ohio State has an all-black.
I'm just telling you what they said. I thought it was hot takey. I thought that was kind of crazy.
Those are actually my favorite Ohio State uniforms, where they have the matte black helmet and the black jerseys.
Yeah.
Those are
I like
dope.
those too.
Those are nice. Also, Oregon has like every uniform combination you could ever think of. They're a pretty good football team, I'd like to say. Nike.
Pretty sure Indiana did last year. Maybe not. I don't know.
I think so. Nike is going to host a street race with a month of free rent on
Jake
the line.
Riepma and Kevin Walker.
I might show up. It's in New York City, so that's a little bit of a drive for me. But a month of free rent is on the line. Would you show up to a race where if you win, you get a month of free rent?
Yes.
Now, granted, New York City free rent, was that like $2,500?
Yeah, I'll show up anywhere and get a free month of rent.
Like
in New York, that's insane.
I mean, you're missing out if you don't at least show up.
Yeah, that's a vacation.
I would drive
you pay
up there.
for a vacation with a,
I would
month
use
of
all my
rent.
money for gas to drive up there and to get the free month rent.
So I thought that was a little neat. All right, Eric, you said you have some stuff for us?
Yeah, I have two for you. So let's start with the first one. So the Patriots and the Eagles have been doing joint practice this week, and a lot of buzz has been on Jalen Hurts throwing 5 picks against that Patriots secondary.
I really saw all the A.J. Brown talk, honestly.
Yeah, so he threw one.
He threw 5 picks? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
One of them was a 7-on-7 drill, and he threw it to Craig Woodson, just kind of lifted it up. It looked like he was running just an out route, honestly, and he picked it. I don't know where it was going, but basically the tweet that I bookmarked was a picture of Jalen Hurts wearing a Subway attire, and it said, I got 3 extra meatball subs, extra marinara coming right up, because he threw a meatball sub into coverage, which I thought was very...
Damn, that's not... I mean, hell, their own social media department is, throwing out footage of him throwing picks.
All right, I've got another one. So this one comes on Twitter. I don't want to say that this is a fake account, but it should be. So apparently, parents are spending upwards of $6,500 for Southern sorority rush coaches. Now, let me break down what I just said, because that might be a foreign language. I did not rush. I did not go to any fraternities or anything like that. But for those that are in sororities or for fraternities, you have to rush, I believe, to get into said fraternity or sorority, and you have to be there ahead of other people, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, they only take in so many pledges per class.
So, rush coaches that specialize in SEC schools like Alabama, Auburn, Ole Miss are seeing increased demands, especially for out-of-state students from New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut. Rush coaches charge $3,000 to $12,000 plus and offer advice on securing outfits and auditing social media profiles. Now, you might be wondering, Kevin, why the hell was that on your timeline? Well, that was because somebody quote tweeted it and said, sickening to see this money spent on sorority rush coaches when it could be going to NIL.
Yeah, look, it's a big deal. I think the money's outrageous.
Changes your life, apparently.
Look, I've got a 16-year-old niece who's looking at colleges, and right now, Alabama is her number one school because of, Greek life. Among other things, she wants to go to an SEC school and wants to go to a big football school.
Well, it's about
hence why Kentucky's not in the mix. But anybody with kids or with, especially nieces, around this age know just how big a deal, it is rushing these places. So it doesn't surprise me that there's a cottage industry such as to charge as much.
I got another one for you, Kevin. So it's a picture of 50 minutes of Nick Chubb highlights on YouTube, and then it has the mom texting over the phone, and it says, "It's 1 a.m. Is everything okay?" And the tweet was, "No, Mom, it's not."
Yeah,
because Nick Chubb
is retired.
Is retired. Yeah, great career.
There you go.
He's got 50 minutes of highlights to watch for sure.
No doubt. All right, let's head into our 5th and final hour. We will do so with Kevin's breakdown of the Big Ten. That's next here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course, with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
The most anticipated culinary event of the year is back, and we're celebrating 30 incredible years of DFW Restaurant Week. Each reservation you make and every unforgettable dish you enjoy helps support Lena Pope and the North Texas Food Bank, providing hope, nourishment, and brighter futures for families across North Texas. This isn't just an exceptional dining experience, it's a chance to dine out and do good. Make your reservations today at dfwrestaurantweek.com. Cheers to 30 years and our partners including Uber One, Society Insurance, and Stella, the official beer of DFW Restaurant Week.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Whether you're commuting to work or heading out for a fast coffee break, getting an auto insurance quote is just a tap away. With AAA, you're always connected, so you can focus on the road ahead. Rest easy knowing AAA's got you covered, no matter where life takes you. AAA, we're always with you. To start your quote, visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
It's been an active storm year in North Texas, and everywhere you go, the pitch is to replace your roof. At Blue Nail Roofing, we do a lot of roof replacements, but one of our specialties is helping homeowners keep the roof you have to save money and avoid an insurance claim. Before you go the route of replacing your roof, call us for a free second opinion inspection of your property and find out if you can save money by preserving your existing roof. Call 855-255-1975, 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
50 years ago, D&M Leasing created a simpler way. One expert handling everything to find you the lowest monthly payment. At D&M Leasing, you work with one person from start to finish. We shop hundreds of vehicles and deliver to your home or office. Our best in-class Easy Lease makes it easy. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Texans enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to get Texas-sized savings. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Right now, select packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Powerade, and more are buy 3, get 3 free with your card. Limit 12. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955.
It's a baseball weekend on 105.3 The Fan, presented by K-Post Roofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
All right, final hour on this Cowboys and Rangers game day on your home of both franchises here, 105.3 The Fan, YouTube, Twitch, and 105.3thefan.com. Some breaking news coming across from Texas on the football side. Also want to mention Rangers getting the win last night. Will Chambers, fan phenom Eric Caceres, Khaki Kevin Walker with G3PO, Gavin Moritz back in the Pimp Cup. 2-1-10. Rangers get the win over the Angels with pregame coverage right here for Cowboys Cardinals at 6 o'clock with the kickoff around 9 o'clock. We will have Rangers coverage on 1080 KRLD today, our sister station. In Game 2 of the set with the Angels, it's a 6:05 first pitch. Cody Bradford going up against Ryan Johnson today with pregame at 5:30. So just some news and notes there. Kevin, don't know if you saw this coming across. It's just now on my timeline. Texas dismissing linebacker Anthony Smith for conduct detrimental to the team.
Yeah, no, that was it was released. It was reported a couple of days ago. It was official as of yesterday. They asked Sarkisian about it today, and that's when we found out that it was officially conduct detrimental to the team. Said the situation sucked. He didn't want to do it, but it was just one of those deals where whatever had happened, it was a situation where they felt it was necessary. Mind you, a guy that was going to get significant play time, so that sucks. But not worried because we've got guys and we've got linebackers.
You got guys on top of guys.
We're good. We're good. I'm genuinely not worried about it. Hey, but at least it's not the TCU situation where we do know all those details.
How are you feeling about the Ohio State game on September? What is it, 12th?
Ask me after week 1.
Okay, fair enough.
And by the way, we will have week 0. Or week 1 of Fan University.
It could be, however, whatever.
I should call it week 0. I think
that's a week from today, right here with yours truly, Kevin Walker, Jacob Ray, and Brendan Baxter. Now, Kevin and Jacob from Crown Global Media have the Walk-Ons podcast. I highly recommend a download there. Subscribe to that. And recently, you guys went through kind of what we did a few weeks ago, but in more detail, and that is a preview of the Big Ten.
Yeah, so again, with the tier rankings, I'll just break it down because I don't want to do this and people get all upset and, well, there's no F tier and what is it? All right, so D tier is the lowest because this is the preseason. We're not going to name any team an F tier team, okay? We're not that mean. Nobody has played
Purdue.
Anything yet. With that being said...
I mean, Rutgers or Purdue not in there, huh?
So it goes from D, you go up to C, you go up to B, then you go to A tier, and then the top of the top is superior, the S tier. S tier is the elite of the conference. Now I can jump in because I got a lot of questions about that last time. I really hope that one really answered all the questions. Yeah, so we did a deep dive on the Big Ten. I talked earlier about my USC hate. I talked earlier about my overrated kind of opinion for Washington, so I'll get to all that shortly. But look, I will waste no time to tell you simply that the teams that you think are in D tier are all in D tier. And last and certainly the least is the Purdue Boilermakers.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, they're last. I mean...
All right, let's give these teams in there, because, I mean, my surprise team isn't in there, are they?
In the D tier?
Yeah.
I mean...
Maryland?
No.
Okay.
Well...
Maryland's in the D tier?
Maybe.
Okay, all right. Hey, that would keep my prediction of them being a surprise team out of the Big Ten.
You're talking about NC State, right?
So,
like NC State.
Okay.
So
Maryland's my one for the Big Ten.
So I've got Rutgers, Maryland, Michigan State, Purdue. In that order. I've got Rutgers ahead of Maryland, but you could convince me otherwise. You could convince me.
Malik Washington? Not big on Malik Washington.
So here's what I had for Maryland. Disappointing season last year, going 1-8. Malik Washington will be exciting.
4-8.
4-8? Okay, sorry.
Or 1-8 in conference, I guess?
Yes, that's okay. Yeah, sorry. Malik Washington is going to be exciting to watch. I will be keeping my eye on him because I think he's going to continue to develop. He's going to be great. Their schedule is missing Oregon and Michigan, but 25 of their players did hit the transfer portal. So I have them at least winning more than one conference game, if that makes you feel better. I had them at D+.
Number 2 in the country in returning production. at 71%, on a defense that improved from that SP Plus ranking from 74th to 56th. And Ted Monachino's first year as coordinator, and bringing back a lot of that too, along with Malik Washington. So I'm not saying they're going to Indianapolis here. I'm just saying going from 4-8 to 6-7 wins.
I could see that. I do see that. Well, let's real quick. We could go through their schedule. You said you've got them 7 wins?
Yeah, sure. Hold on. I'd have to.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay.
All right. So at home versus Hampton.
Dub.
Feel pretty good about that, being that I don't know where Hampton is. Then at UConn. Again, feel good about that.
I think Hampton's in New York.
New York, yeah.
Virginia Tech on the at home.
Okay.
Yeah. Little 50-50.
That could be a loss.
Kind of early on.
That could be a loss for sure.
I think this next game is a loss, even though it's at home against UCLA.
I do. UCLA is a better team.
On the road against Nebraska.
Gotta chalk it up as a win.
Okay. This one's a tough one at Ohio State.
Yeah.
Very tough.
That's going to be, we'll take an L there.
At home against Rutgers. I feel good about that one.
Dub. So where are we at? 1, 2.
We've got 2. You're giving them 3 wins. And so we'll go 3 wins.
Okay.
We go Illinois at home. So you get Illinois at home.
No, they got 4 wins at this point.
Oh, you've got 4. Okay. Maryland, UConn. You didn't give them Virginia Tech.
Hampton, UConn.
You gave them Nebraska. And then you gave them Rutgers. Okay. So we got 4 wins. Illinois. I don't think you're beating Illinois. I don't think Maryland's beating Illinois.
I'll agree.
Okay, so
they'll beat Purdue though, right?
They'll beat Purdue.
Yeah. 5.
Wisconsin.
6.
Not beating USC.
No.
Especially at USC. And then you're not beating Penn State. So you got 6 wins.
So basically, I'm looking for them at 6 wins to get an upset somewhere in there against one of the teams that they shouldn't beat. UCLA.
I think you could beat Illinois. I think Illinois would be an upset.
Yeah, or
Virginia
Penn
Tech.
State. Maybe. I don't know. Just saying.
Are you more likely to win the Illinois game or the Virginia Tech game?
Okay, we've spent too much time on Maryland. Keep it going. Keep it moving.
All right, so now we move on to C tier. C tier, at the back of C tier, I start with Wisconsin. I'll get a little bit more into the breakdown of these as we move along because I don't really know. Unless you text in individually that you really want a deep dive on Wisconsin, then you can just go watch the episode they posted on Friday on Crown Global Media at the Walk-Ons. So I've got Wisconsin at the back of C tier. I've got Northwestern after them. I actually kind of struggled with that a little bit because Northwestern actually is an intriguing team for a couple of reasons. They brought in Chip Kelly at their offensive coordinator position, adding Aiden Childs as their quarterback. They've got a really good, consistent. I wouldn't say really good. They've got a consistent defense. Most of their guys are returning. Brand new stadium, so the hype is going to be there. They've got some questions at the offensive line, but they've got at Indiana, against Ohio State, against Oregon. So I'm kind of expecting a really similar 7-6 season for Northwestern again. So I got them kind of in that C- C area. I go on to Minnesota after Northwestern.
PJ Fleck.
And then I finish off with Nebraska at the front of the C tier. They're a fringe B tier team. If you put them in B tier, I wouldn't be super upset about it. I like Anthony Colandre, who just got named the starter about 30 minutes ago, officially per Matt Rule. And so I feel okay about Nebraska. That's why I put them at the front. But they've got some questions at running back I'm just blanking on his name right now, who went to the league. Either way, they've got questions at running back. They've got to replace a really good running back that they had last year. Turnovers could kill the team, though, because Calandry is a little bit of a wildcat in that way.
Are you thinking of Emmett Johnson?
Emmett Johnson, thank you. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with Nebraska. But, yeah, I got him C tier. At the end of B tier, And I posted this on Reddit, and apparently this was a little bit of a controversial one. I had UCLA at the bottom of C tier.
Okay.
How do we feel, or bottom of B tier, I should say. How do we feel about that?
Look, Bob Chesney's going to do what basically Curt Cignetti did at Indiana, right?
Right.
Going to go from JMU and bring a bunch of kids over with him.
Yeah.
The question with UCLA has been about that they just get severely outfunded by USC. There, they did last year at one point have a pretty big influx of money coming in, but I think it was just like a one-time deal. They got absolutely smoked the last 5 games of the year. I mean, I think, let's see, I got it here somewhere. Yeah, average of 42-12. Gosh.
Well, that's not good.
That's not good. But, Chesney's bringing in a bunch in. He did have, some big upsets last year, so I do feel good because he is bringing over a lot of production.
Yes, he is. And there will be, and that's why I bring them to the B tier at the end of the B tier, because I think had it be his second, third year, there wouldn't be as many new faces and transition going on.
Mm-hmm.
They also don't get the easiest schedule to work with at Oregon versus USC and at Michigan their first year, his first year there. They've got a really good wide receiver core paired with Nico Amiyava. I always say his name wrong. I'll practice.
Yeah, Amiyava.
And so that's why I got him at the B-. I move on from there. I go Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
I go Iowa. I think Iowa smack dab in the middle of the Big Ten just kind of makes sense, in my personal opinion. Fantastic defense. Did absolutely nothing for their offense.
Yeah, it's like, can they score against the top of the Big Ten?
Copy paste. I've got Washington after Iowa in the fringe B+ range. Washington seems to be the talk of college football.
Yeah. I really like Washington.
Damon Williams Jr. is exciting, but the wide receiver core is lackluster. The defense it's okay. It's not going to lose. It's not going to be the reason why you lose games ultimately. But their schedule is at Oregon versus Indiana versus Penn State. And they went 9-4 last year, so I think that's a reason for a lot of the hype. But I think 7 wins is likely for them this year. I think they're B-, but they are not an A-tier team.
Well, yes. I mean, look, you've got Iowa, Penn State, and Indiana at home, and then at Oregon in a rivalry game. They have, over the last 3 years, one of the best home field advantages in all of college football. They are incredibly difficult to beat in Washington. So having those, even if you go 2-1 in those games, which I think that they could, maybe 3-0 and upsetting Indiana, that they're going to be right in the hunt of the Big Ten discussion or who goes to Indianapolis.
I'm not with it. I'm just not with it. I'm excited, and I'll watch Damon Williams, and then I'll keep up with whatever team he goes to next year. But I'm just
they went from 36 to 9th in defensive SP last year, and then you're bringing back Damon Williams Jr. I'm more bullish on those Huskies.
I get you. I've got Penn State at the front of B tier.
Very interesting team.
I think Penn State is one of those teams where we could look back and be like, wow, they did it again. They've got another really good team because they've got the funding. And on top of bringing in transfers from Iowa State, they've also got guys there that were already at Penn State. He kept them there.
Yeah.
And
so
I think
Matt Campbell,
not enough people are talking about that.
Yeah, Matt Campbell did a really good job coming in and keeping the guys that he needed to keep in there. Also, I think one of the biggest additions, too, is him bringing over D'Anton Lynn as defensive coordinator.
Yeah. So, Rocco Becht, you got 20 Iowa State transfers, by the way. 40 in total. You got versus USC, at Michigan, at Washington.
They don't have to play Ohio State, Oregon, or Indiana. That's huge.
Yeah.
And I think
they've got the Ohio State schedule from last year.
I think they can put up a fight against Michigan and Washington. So I've got Penn State at the front of B tier. All right. A tier, I have 2 teams.
I would have had Washington at the head of B tier.
You could make that argument. Like I said, Washington's like a B+ for me.
I'd probably have Washington and Penn State in the same tier, personally. But
that's where I have them.
By the way, earlier you totally poo-pooed one of the teams that, and you have them.
Yes, I do. I have them in the A tier.
Okay.
I have them in the A tier. So I have Michigan and USC in the A tier. I have Michigan first before USC.
Okay.
Lincoln Riley offense with the top 10 quarterback in Jordan Mailata with wide receiver questions. Gary Patterson will get the defense right. Will get the defense right. But they still need to win their 50-50 games, and I don't think they're going to. After a 9-4 season last year, they've got versus... Listen, guys, open ears. Listen to this. Versus Oregon, versus Washington, at Penn State, versus Ohio State, at Indiana. What are we talking about with this team?
Okay.
They're not winning 3 of those games.
Okay. Their losses all last year, all 3 of them were on the road. Okay? They beat Michigan handedly at home. They beat Iowa at home. They torched UCLA at home. I mean, they're a good home squad. Yes, their schedule is rough, but I think, okay, if you go to, let's take it step by step here, okay? By the time they face Oregon, they should, without a question, be 4-0. San Jose State, Fresno State, Louisiana, Rutgers. Then you got Oregon at home.
You're not winning that.
Then you get Washington at home.
That's a 50-50 game. You got to prove it to me.
So let's say you split those games right there. Okay, so you got 1 loss.
So you're 5-1?
5-1. At Penn State.
That's another 50-50 game. I don't have them winning that. I can't count on them to win that.
If they... I would say that's a winnable game for USC.
For sure. Yeah.
Let's just say, for argument's sake, that they win that game.
Okay.
At Wisconsin, win, and then you split with Ohio State, Indiana.
No. They're losing both of those games for me.
So that would put them at 8-3 right there.
I think they beat Ohio State at home. Ohio State has got their schedule at that point is rough. And that's why I think that's going to be a USC win. They go at Indiana. They do have a week off. Then they have USC on the road and then sandwiched next up Oregon. If Ohio State goes 3-0 during that point, they're going to the national title game.
They're
going to lose a game in there.
I think the 817. I think the 817 is actually reading my notes because at the end of my USC breakdown, I have. Not right now, but at the end of this season, if they don't make the playoff, the stove is on the Lincoln Riley hot seat.
Oh, yeah. I think this is... Yeah.
Because what else can you do for him at this point? So, I've got Michigan, USC in the A tier.
Hold on. Okay. I just looked up. Let's take a break. Let's come back and do the rest of the A tier and the S tier for the Big Ten next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey Tolos, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel, and y'all already know what time it is. Football season in Texas. That means it's time to roll up to the game, tailgate, or watch party with something that stands out. One of our custom lifted rigs, blacked out Beast, or Texas Tough trucks. We make it easy. No hidden fees, no dealership games, and fast financing that can have you in and out in just under an hour. If you're a real Tolo who bleeds blue and silver, come see us at EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard and Tolos roll in style.
This month only, half off every window we sell. Don't be fooled. Those deals are not what they seem. Hi, this is Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding. Tired of gimmicks? At Best Buy Windows and Siding, we keep it simple. 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. No tricks, just real value. Don't let the gimmicks fool you. Call us for a second opinion. We offer transparent pricing, expert installation, and a lifetime warranty on every single window. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000 guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Healthcare isn't about medicine, bandages, or awkward backless gowns. Healthcare is about people. At Total Care, we see the total you. With clinics and emergency rooms across DFW, Total Care is on a mission to heal.
When was the last time you laughed and didn't think about your teeth? A lot of people walk around covering their mouth, skipping pictures, and avoiding certain foods because they don't feel confident. That's no way to live. That's why I've been telling people about my friend Dr. Jeff Buski at Granbury Dental Center for over 20 years. Look, doing nothing isn't an option, and dentures aren't a real solution either. Dr. Jeff Buski has placed more than 10,000 dental implants in his 29 years of experience, so he knows how to give you a smile that feels like your own. With dental implants, we're talking about real teeth, secure and natural, no slipping, and no embarrassment. You can eat what you want, laugh when you want, and stop thinking about it. And yes, it's worth the drive to Granbury. So if you're ready to stop hiding and start living again, go to GranburyDentalCenter.com and schedule your free consultation. And tell them Dave sent you. That's GranburyDentalCenter.com.
Hi, it's Michaela at Boomer Jacks. Wish your dollar could go a little farther? Me too. Join us as we are throwing it back to $2 domestics and $3 Dos Equis every day until 2 a.m. Bring your +1 and we'll see you at Boomer Jacks.
Picture this. You're on magician duty at your kid's birthday, and it's also car shopping day. Sounds tough, right? Not with Amazon Autos. Shop for your car online, pick it up at the dealership, so you can get back to making magic. Visit Amazon.com/autos.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Hey, Tolo, Sean, and RJ here with the greatness of base power. You know, most Texans don't know what they're paying for electricity, and if you don't know your rate, you're probably overpaying. And Base Power found that 7 in 10 Texans are on the wrong plan. Switch to Base Energy, one low fixed rate.
You could save more than 15% on your monthly bill. They'll even cover up to $150 in cancellation fees. See how much you could save at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan.
Dallas, did you know that when you switch to Geico, you get an average of $900 in savings and great service? That's about as hard-working a deal as the local cicada population. What's that, cicadas? You think you work harder than Geico? But their claim support is available 24/7. Oh, now, cicadas. You know I can't say that on air. Crazy little bugs. Well, Dallas, you heard it here. Sort of. Switch to Geico today.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, so the book is in for Shedeur Sanders' first half of football against the Buffalo Bills, and it didn't end well. He did end up going 9 of 11, 74 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. It was in the red zone. It was a tip ball. It was thrown a little late, a little behind Jermaine Terry, but it could have been caught. But it was in the red zone, so an interception there. All in all, Shedeur Sanders looked pretty good. I thought the play calling was pretty safe for him, and what I could see, a lot of things that he should have been comfortable with, and he was, and looked pretty good. But not a lot of crazy concepts, I thought, going on there. We're going through the Big Ten with Kevin Walker, Will Chambers, and Eric Caceres here. We're going to have a sink or swim with G3PO coming up as we close up shop here at 2:40. But we were we're still in the mix of our USC discussion, were we not?
Yeah, we were. I'm not going to waver on USC. I think they are what I have them as, which is an A- team in the Big Ten. And I don't believe in Lincoln Riley. I love the quarterback. I think the defense will be great. But they're not. I don't know them to win 50-50 games, and
Okay.
I have a lot of 50-50 games.
My argument for USC, Jaden Mayava, highest returning QBR in the Big Ten. King Miller and Wayman Jordan, two great tailbacks. Jordan is coming back off of an injury. He was on his way to having a pretty big season last year. Tanuk Hines, sophomore wide receiver, as you mentioned, right there. 9 of 16 defenders that played at least 200-plus snaps. They return. 7 were freshmen or sophomores, and now under the tutelage of Gary Patterson.
Yeah, I like Gary Patterson, but I guess I'm a little worried about the receiving core now that you lose Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane. But Kevin, I respect where you have them, and I think
they are in the A.
They are in the A, and that's your first team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have them like in the C tier, right?
Yeah.
But the way you were talking about him earlier,
and you know
taking
what?
a giant nap on him.
It's funny because
I think you've hedged your bets here.
I put this graphic out because we put them in the tier rankings. I put this graphic out on Reddit, and one of the first comments was, "Oh my God, another overrated USC team," and I'm like, dude, what are you talking about?
They haven't even been rated.
I feel like most people are putting them in the S tier right now. Like the conversation that USC is having is like, oh, they're S tier worthy, but I'm putting them in the A. So I'm the overrated guy.
So were they your first team in the A? Is that what you had?
No, they were the last team because I only have 2 teams. I have them in Michigan.
Okay, that's right.
Which process of elimination tells you I have Oregon, Indiana, and Ohio State in the S tier.
Okay. I love it. I think that's perfect.
Now, how do I have them is where I take you next. Because Michigan is the front of the A tier. Just need to see it from Bryce Underwood. I think they're going to be a better team. I think Kyle Whittingham is one of the best things to happen to Michigan in a long time, if I'm being completely honest with you. I think he'll bring some stability back to that football program. And I think they're going to be a damn good football team.
Andrew Marsh on the outside. Like that.
I'm trying to see who all I had. Yeah.
They need to incorporate Bryce Underwood in running the football in that offense.
Jordan Marshall, their running back, he might be one of the top running backs in the conference when it's all said and done. He had a really good year last year. He almost had 1,000 yards rushing, but he had 10 touchdowns on the ground. So he'll be the primary back this year. So another player to watch out for Michigan. Again, running back Jordan Marshall for Michigan. Okay, if I had to poll you, Eric, Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon, in what order would you put them in the S tier?
Are you talking about what my order would be?
Your order.
Or what I think your order would be?
No, your order.
Okay, so I'd go Indiana 3rd.
Okay.
I still think Kurt Cignetti is the best coach in college football. I think he proved that last year with a bunch of 3-star recruits. And I mean, you could say they got better. You could say that they got better. I know they lost Mendoza. I know Omar Cooper Jr. went to the league. I mean, they had a lot of NFL talent last year. They went to the league, but they're still Indiana. I think they need to still be in the top 5 conversation for sure. So I have them 3rd. 2nd, I would probably go Ohio State, and I think Oregon's going to be the best team in the country.
Okay. Will?
You know where I'm at. Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State. And Ohio State, I said all this stuff earlier. You know, their schedule, one, is nuts. You look at Indiana's schedule, I mean, their 2 toughest road games at Michigan, at Washington. You got Ohio State, USC at home. You don't really have anything else. I mean, that schedule's like pretty, very palatable. Ohio State's incredibly talented. I want to see them be more explosive. And until I see it, because you had the pieces in place last year and you just weren't explosive enough. And when you needed big plays and big games, you didn't get them. Julian Sand did not provide them, even though you had Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate. And now you got Arthur Smith as well coaching that. They're my number 3 team there. Indiana, well, I'll let you do it. I've already gone.
No, you're good. All right, so here's the deal. I want you to listen and not judge. I put Oregon as the number 1 team in my top 25, followed up by Indiana, and then Ohio State, and then Notre Dame, and then Texas. In the Big Ten Conference ranking, which is just thinking from a Big Ten Conference standpoint, not what they're going to do in the playoffs, not anything like that, from a Big Ten Conference standpoint, I have Oregon at the end of S tier, and let me explain why. Dante Moore is elite, quarterback for Oregon. They have one of the top wide receiver cores in all of college football.
Yep.
They have a top defense. They have no weakness when it comes to position players. They spent so much money in the portal. But they're going to be tested this year. They've got at USC. They've got at Ohio State. They've got versus Michigan. At Michigan State. I've only included that just because. And then versus Washington. It's not an easy schedule for Oregon. And I think as much as we love Oregon and as much as we love Dan Lanning, we can't yet say that Dan Lanning is the guy that wins those games that they have to win. And matter of fact, he's dropped some of those games that they need to win.
They are 1-5 against teams that ended up playing in the national title game the last 3 years. He's 37-0 against everybody else. We talked about this with Kirk Franklin last year. Like Kirk Franklin at Penn State, he wins all the games that he's supposed to. All those games.
James Franklin.
James. When I say Kirk Franklin, stomp. If you know, you know. James Franklin would win like virtually every single game where Penn State they were favored. They won. They didn't win those big games against the teams that you needed to, hurdle, like Ohio State or at times Michigan. Now Lanning, it's a step above that because he does have some wins, except against just the teams that actually played for a national title.
Yeah.
That's wild.
With that being said, now I move on to Indiana at number 2. Indiana at number 2. I'm not expecting them to go 16-0 again. Shocker. But I'm not going to rule out a national championship return either. Because Kurt Cignetti is still Kurt Cignetti. Josh Hoover is a upgrade over Fernando Mendoza. I have decided that. That is final. Before they step on the field, I am determining that he is a better quarterback on the field than Fernando Mendoza was last year.
Okay, I don't know if he will end up being Fernando Mendoza, who was terrific last year.
For sure.
But I was saying this weeks ago, and I felt totally validated in listening to Klatt on the Joel Klatt Show podcast, where he said, close your eyes and think of just the kid he brought from JMU, his name totally escaped, O'Rourke, Curtis O'Rourke, and then Fernando Mendoza, but not what they were, like where they were at Indiana, what they were at Cal or at JMU. And then think of Josh Hoover at TCU. And of those 3 quarterbacks, which one would you want?
Yeah.
Josh Hoover.
Yeah. And I think for those that are making you're jumping from the Big 12 all the way up to the Big 10. That's a massive leap. I agree. But if anybody can do it, I think Kurt Cignetti can be the guy to help them.
Siggy.
They've got a top 5 wide receiver core. Between Charlie Becker and they brought in
Nick Marsh
Nick Marsh,
Michigan State.
Both of those wide receivers are 6'3 plus. They're monsters, absolute monsters. Individually, there's nothing like that's going to be super crazy about them, but collectively, as a wide receiver tandem, they're amazing.
Shaz Preston, who came over from Tulane.
Only 20 transfers, which in this day and age is not that bad, and they've got one of the top 5 easier schedules in the conference.
It'd be foolish.
All they got is at Michigan and at Ohio State.
It would literally be foolish to think that this team is going to be bad next year.
That obviously leads me with Ohio State at the front of S tier. Arthur Smith is literally my only question mark. Yes, you lost Downs, you lost Carnell Tate, you lost Over Reese, you lost Sonny Styles, Caden McDonald, et cetera, but you've got 5 stars replacing 5 stars. You've got elite talent at quarterback, you've got elite talent at running back, you've got 2 elite wide receivers, you got an elite defense, you got an elite coach.
Matt Patricia, you can say all day long about how, what he did, he had all this NFL talent. No, he was doing stuff scheme-wise that was brilliant last year for Ohio State.
Yes. So I cannot discount Ohio State other than Arthur Smith. And look, if Arthur Smith sucks, then they'll figure something out. Maybe Ryan Day will maybe take over play calling duties again, but I've got Ohio State at the front.
He won't win the Heisman, but Jeremiah Smith is the best player in college football, right?
He's up there.
Yeah. Probably.
We have to consider that.
Yeah, he's up there. I mean, he looks even more somehow shredded this year than last year. Yeah. So he's an absolute monster. Yeah, that's what I got for my Big Ten breakdown.
All right.
Good stuff, Kev.
Love it, Kev. All right. Sink or swim to close things out. Next on The Fan.
The biggest trap in today's car market? 84-month financing just to afford the payment. At D&M Leasing, there's a smarter solution. With our best-in-class Easy Lease, you drive a newer vehicle with the latest technology for a much lower monthly payment. No long financing, just a smarter choice. Call D&M Leasing at 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at B&M.
Hi, it's Michaela, and it's always game time at Boomer Jacks. Now, there are 2 more great reasons to love us. Enjoy $2 domestics and $3 Dos Equis each day until 2 a.m. Find your location in DFW at boomerjacks.com and raise your game.
At Kroger, we know it can be a challenge to get dinner on the table quickly. So we're making mealtime a breeze with our Dinner Made Easy meals. Right now, you'll get 25% off eligible items when you spend $20 or more on select meal varieties. Plus, we'll deliver it free. Just clip your digital coupons, then shop our Dinner Made Easy meals for delivery or pickup. You can choose items from oven-ready dinners, fresh sushi meals, international cuisine, and more. Restrictions apply. See site for details. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being pitched that you need to buy a new air conditioner, pump the brakes and call the On-Time Experts for a free second opinion. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell, and that means they're focused on making your system work. So don't buy that new AC system before you have to. Call the On-Time Experts, 214-267-2007, 214-267-2007, theontimeexperts.com. TheOnTimeExperts.com.
Las Vegas was built for stars. And on August 22nd, 2 of boxing's biggest take center stage. Rolly Romero never follows the script.
This is my game.
Teofimo Lopez has never needed one.
This guy's got a big mouth.
For years, they've had plenty to say.
All you do is talk.
But with World Championship gold on the line, can they back it?
Teo, I'm here. I'm going all in.
It's time to put up or shut up. Rolly Romero versus Teofimo Lopez. August 22nd.
I'll shut you up.
Watch on DAZN and DAZN on Prime Video.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together. Not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Each extra minute you listen makes us work even harder to give you the best insider information. Opinions that get you thinking, mixed in with laughs that keep you around. Thanks for listening as much as you do to The Fan.
Welcome back to 105.3 The Fan. Eric Cassar is here with Khaki Kev joining us and Will Chambers. We've been holding it down for almost 5 hours, Kev. I can't believe it is.
The totals have been absolutely fantastic.
They have been. They have been. Whether it was, getting on to me about my, NFL takes or, I guess you hyping up Josh Hoover.
Yeah, the 940 is not on the Josh Hoover train. 43 turnovers in 31 games. Look, I get it. He's going to have to clean it up just like any other quarterback will, but I believe in Josh Hoover.
I do as well. And, meanwhile, we are still looking at the Browns and Buffalo
Not a
Bills.
great start for Deshaun Watson.
Not a great start for Deshaun Watson. Almost threw a pick on that last drive. And Kev, you were mentioning that it seems like every time I turn around, the Buffalo Bills go 3 and out, and the Browns get the ball.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's Texas Longhorns legend Shane Buechele at quarterback for the Buffalo Bills.
Wait. Didn't Shane Buechele go to SMU?
Yes, but Shane Buechele went to Texas.
Okay.
For a small, tiny bit.
So did he start at SMU?
I want to say he started at Texas, actually.
Okay, and then he went to SMU.
Yeah.
Because I remember that was around the COVID era.
Yeah, so he was there at Texas for 2 years, and then he went to SMU for that final year.
Okay, looks he's a smaller guy. He looks pretty small up there behind the line of scrimmage.
He's mighty in stature, but he's not mighty, and he's not tall, tall at all.
And speaking of NFL preseason football, we take you all the way to tonight at 9:00, late game on the West Coast. The Dallas Cowboys, our Dallas Cowboys, your Dallas Cowboys, will be in action against the Arizona Cardinals. No Jeremiah Love for the Arizona Cardinals, so a lot of opportunities for these Arizona running backs to go against this maybe new look Cowboys defense. Jayshon Barnum, Camden Brown, lots of guys trying to come in and prove themselves. D winners getting up there in the linebacker spot. Kev, we asked you earlier what you're looking forward to in this game on the offensive and defensive side. Is there anything else you're thinking about before we get to this game at 9:00?
I just really want to iron out the running back 2 situation, Jaden Blue and Malik Davis and all those guys like that. I just need to see it. I need to figure out who's going to be the running back 2 behind Javonte Williams, because whoever is going to be that guy, we're going to need them. We're going to need them. They're going to have to put in some really considerable minutes because we can't use Javonte Williams as a bell cow like we used to in the past. Obviously, the wide receiver conversation with Camden Brown, Jonathan Mingo and company, I want to see a better game from them as well. And then lastly, the quarterback conversation. I want to see both of the quarterbacks to have a good game. I don't want one to have I don't need one to have a bad game. I just want both of them to have some pretty good games, and then see how this defense continues to look under the command and play calling from Christian Parker. But
it is time.
It's a debut segment for G3PO. Gavin Moritz, take it away.
All right, Tolos. I'm G3PO Gavin Moritz, and as a resident non-aquatic producer here at 105.3 The Fan, and no, I really can't swim, I'm often faced with situations that people, would describe as those fight or flight scenarios, right? You look at them, you go, what should I do? Well, they're usually hilarious when they happen to me. And I'm going to personally describe them as sink or swim situations, all right?
I'm so intrigued. Let's hear it.
In the debut of my currently introless segment, I present to you a story that happened to me recently, and you tell me if you'd sink, run away, or swim and, do something about it. This one's a little complex.
Okay, it sounds fun, though.
This is a fun segment that I came up with in about 5 minutes.
You know what? We are going to trust that you got this, man. It looks like you are locked in. Let's hear it.
Okay. So a couple weeks ago, I decided I was going to go to Kroger, as one does. I live in Dallas. Closest grocery store to me is a Kroger.
Is Kroger your go-to grocery store normally?
It's the closest one to me. I'm an H-E-B guy.
Okay.
I'm from Houston. We got H-E-B where I'm from. I like H-E-B.
Shout out to H-E-B, Texas.
I like Kroger, though. I don't really discriminate,
Okay, so you were going to Kroger.
So I go to Kroger, and I get a couple things. I got, whatever people get at Kroger. I don't know. And I decide I'm going to go to self-checkout. I only have like 2 or 3 items.
Okay.
I get to the self-checkout. I get my stuff. I go to get my receipt. I paid, tap to pay, as one does. I usually tap to pay. And I notice when I'm going to get my receipt, there's a couple coins and a $1 bill. It's exactly $1.20. A $1 bill, 2 dimes, sitting in the change thing. And I was like, someone had left that there. That's their change. And I'm like, you know what? There's a golden opportunity here, gentlemen. It's been up and down summer for me. Some stuff has happened. It's been it's an interesting summer.
Tons of career updates, though.
Tons of career updates. Kevin's a big fan. I'm going to start tagging Kevin underneath my career updates. And so I'm like, you know what? Let's get some good karma. We're going to take this $1.20. We're going to take it back to the self-checkout attendant lady.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to take it and leave.
No.
Okay.
No, we're going to get some good karma here.
All right.
And it's a pretty packed self-checkout thing. There's a lot of families around and whatnot. And I get up to the lady and I start telling her, hey, someone left this $1.20 here. I'm going to return it. Seemed like the right thing to do. She's like, you're such a nice young man. That's so nice of you. Like, wow. And then a little 8-year-old girl that was checking out a couple of self-checkout kiosk things away from me runs up to me, slugs me in the chest, just absolutely punches me as hard as she can in the chest.
An 8-year-old girl?
8-year-old girl. For no real apparent reason. I don't know what I did. And then she runs back to her family who acted as if nothing had happened. Eric, sink or swim, what was I supposed to do there?
So if I say swim, that means that you shouldn't have done anything. Like you should have just walked away.
No, swim is like, hey, you probably go up to the parents and be like, hey, like, I don't know, like I'm not telling you how to raise your kid, but like you could just camp and punch me. Like that's
okay. I would do the opposite of that.
Yeah. Okay. I did.
Yeah.
I was stunned, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know how people raise their kids nowadays. I don't really know what was going on, what the situation was there.
A lot of different ways, brother.
Yeah. I don't know.
So that would be a sink.
I sunk on this one. I did.
You sunk on that one.
I sunk on that one. I decided that while we're in the spirit of getting good karma, I decided I wasn't going to say anything to the kid, the parents. I was like, you know what? I'll take the bruise on my chest.
Did it hurt?
I mean, what am I supposed to say here, Kevin?
I can't believe an 8-year-old girl just punched.
Am I supposed to say
straight
that,
up
that,
sucker
that
punch?
Yeah, dude, she just walked up and just slugged me in the chest. I'm like, why? And to that same token, it's like, I'm trying to get good karma, and I immediately am presented with bad karma.
Yeah. So you have some interesting texts coming in here on the Frankel Injury Attorney text line.
You should have fought back.
So 682 says you should have fought back. I'd advise against that. The 682 follows up, old enough to talk S, old enough to get hit.
Yeah, but I don't know how like a 25-year-old man hitting an 8-year-old girl, or at least
it would be on DFW scanner quite quickly.
Yeah, we'd have some issues.
You'd have another career update. I'll tell you that much.
Career update. Jail.
Everything gone.
Career update. Jail, gentlemen.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know, Kevin. What would you have done? I didn't get your answer here.
Honestly,
I'm not saying you have to go up and slug the 8-year-old girl back, but do you say something?
So, okay, I'm minding my business. I already told you, because you told me this story off the air, I told you that this was because you did something for good karma. You should never do something for good karma.
It's a fair point.
You do things because it's what you're supposed to do. Well, it's the right thing to do. You don't do things because you want benefit out of it.
Well, and I'd say I usually do things, goodness in my heart. I'd say I'm a kind person.
Yeah, but this time you didn't.
In this instance, I was like, you know what?
I need something back
not
for doing a good deed.
But I was like, let's make a change here. Let's get back on the right foot. And instead, I was met with a right fist from an 8-year-old girl. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is Tolos. That is Sink or Swim. That is the debut of my intro-less segment. I will make an intro at some point. Not sure when, but there you have it.
Yo, next time you should do like a 2-part Sink or Swim, where you give us some different scenarios, one like that, but then follow it up with another one. That'd be pretty cool.
I think honestly, I probably would have laughed. I would have chuckled. I'd be like, ha ha ha! What was that for? And then look at her parents hey, come get your damn kid.
Would any part of you think that she was joking?
What's a joke about getting punched?
If she was she laughing or she was deadpan?
She was pretty much deadpan.
But she didn't say a single word though.
No, not a word. Not a single
Gavin,
syllable.
I think you might have been struck by a future psychopath.
Yeah.
Struck by a smooth criminal. I don't know.
I'm gonna pray for him.
All right, 214, scream out, someone get their bad behaving kid. I think that's honestly very fair.
The 972 100% got to say.
469 says it might have been her $1.20.
Yeah, but
that's a good point.
Do 8-year-olds
have money?
Have currency?
Yes. Yeah. These kids have allowances.
Did you have money when you were 8?
These kids have allowances
nowadays. Will Chambers is joining us again. Did you die, bro?
No.
You fall in?
I didn't bring Sink or Swim. Go to the bathroom without your key card.
Oh no.
That's okay. Hey, Will, we had it covered. Don't worry.
We had it down.
I already got the heart out and everything. We're good to
go.
Okay.
Real quick, Will.
Just next time, just know that I'm by one of these doors on one side trying to yell for anybody to hear me.
I probably should have went to the check on it.
Somebody!
These doors are heavy.
Will, real quick, his Sink or Swim was that he was at the self-checkout in Kroger, and he was going to go return money to somebody that he thought was lost, and then a 8-year-old girl came up to him and punched him and took the money.
Well, no, she didn't take the money.
Oh, she didn't take the money.
I just returned the money to the self-checkout attendant, and because I was like, okay, someone left this $1.20 at the self-checkout at Kroger, in Dallas, and I was like, I'm just going to return it to the self-checkout lady. We're going to do a nice thing here. And as I'm returning it to the self-checkout attendant, an 8-year-old girl runs up who is checking out a couple kiosks away from me, slugs me in the chest, and then runs back to her family. No words, no laugh, deadpan. Sink or swim, did I do the right thing by sinking and doing nothing? Or should I have been like, hey, parents, I don't know, control your child?
What did the employees do?
The worst part, actually, I should have mentioned this, is that the Kroger lady just looked at me and she goes, well, thank you so much. And I was like, yeah, you kind of just watched the whole thing happen. I don't know.
Look, 8 years old, sometimes you got those that are just, they act out. They lash out. Yeah, you probably did the right move by not doing anything.
I'm not saying I would have, flying scissor
maybe
kicked the girl,
verbally
but,
say something. Say something. He asked me what I would have done.
That tag situation on Fair or Foul that we did a while back on the cruise line, that drunken dude that they're playing tag.
By the way, I might
that would have been the wrong move.
I might find myself in that situation because I just booked me and fiance's honeymoon cruise.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Where are we going?
We're going to Cozumel, Costa Maya, and Honduras.
Nice.
I'm pumped.
What line?
I've never been on a cruise. I'm going on Royal. I've heard great things about everything.
What's the missus going on?
Oh, well.
You said
no, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm saying, what's she gonna do?
No, we're both going on Royal.
Okay.
So ironically, though other people in my family have gone on cruises, nobody in my family has gone on Royal before. So I guess I'm the guinea pig in a way.
Oh,
I've heard great things.
Yeah. Awesome. I had a great time.
I don't plan on punching kids though.
No.
Or getting belligerently drunk.
Yeah. So
yeah, but
anyway.
you're also going on a cruise. I mean, I don't swim. I don't go on cruises either, just for what it's worth.
Sink or swim,
enjoy
baby.
it. I don't know. I think he swam well there, I guess.
You stayed afloat.
Thank you. I did. I treaded water.
Okay. Great thanks to Leah Simakopoulos for joining us earlier, covering SMU for Dallas Morning News. And again, pregame coverage, 6 o'clock tonight for Cowboys Cardinals. KRLD, you have the Rangers.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Hi, everybody. This is Brad Sham for John D'Angelo Real Estate Investment. If you're really needing to sell your house now and move on with your life, call John D'Angelo today and set up an appointment. The number is 214-320-8816. Or go to the website, johndangeloinc.com. You'll get straight talk, professional service, and a dependable closing. Call John D'Angelo today at 214-320-8816 or visit johndangeloinc.com.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're replacing a roof, get the peace of mind of a lifetime workmanship warranty from Blue Nail Roofing. Other roofing companies might back up their work for a year if you're lucky, but because of Blue Nail's training and the quality of their team members, you're protected with a lifetime workmanship warranty. Call today and also learn about Blue Nail's flexible financing that allows you to get work done now and pay later. 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here by your friends over at Blue Chew. Listen, boys and girls, you want to go from average to savage. Your